Wagon. Love it, love it, love it. Carrie Lawson. Scott's more than welcome to come up on my panel. He knows that. He absolutely knows it. Okay. I will be helping Carrie keep an eye on chat. I am going to be playing a little bit of background music. I am a commentating channel. I commentate and I give my opinion and I talk about things that I remember throughout the years of conversation on the little missing at the time 5-year-old Summer Wells. Okay. Now this is Marlena. She was really scared of Ernie, wasn't she? Lord have mercy. She ran right up on a panel with him, didn't she? Okay, Marlena. Marlena, you say some pretty interesting stuff. I'll give you that. Okay, you guys. So, like I said, I'm also going to be playing a little bit of background music on this. So if you feel like that the music is too high and you're not catching the conversation, this is on Dolly Vision's channel. I absolutely have Dolly's link in the description. Please do not mention other creators in chat. Okay? Not today. I do not care if you like Dolly, don't like Dolly. I do not care if you like Ernie, don't like Ernie. I don't care how you feel about Marlena. Okay? This is a group discussion for grown adults. As it says in my description, mature audience only. Carrie, feel free to do whatever you need to do, girl. Okay? No questions asked. Carrie is the boss. She is. Okay, let me get this music on. All right. Like I said, if it's when I start the conversation, if it's too loud, let me know. I've got it turned down quite a bit. Okay. It should be okay. We will see. Let me share this. Dang, I'm slow today. Well, you don't have to behave that much, Scott. It ain't no fun if you're behaving all the way. For sure. Okay. Like I said, let me know if y'all are having trouble hearing the conversation with the music going. We just have to try to cover ourselves. Like I said, I will state again, I am a commentary channel. Okay. This is being used for educational purposes. All right. So thank you for that copyright disclaimer right there. I will show that, ma'am. And like I said, anyone who wants to come up on panel, please feel free to do so. Hey, Luna, for sure. I prefer to have serious conversation today and, no arguing today, okay? even though I do like messing with RJ, he is fun to mess with. I give it to him for real. RJ's the man. Okay, here we go. I want to start this right when
Real iPhone. No
Marlena,
prices at all.
hold on. I definitely am not monetizing this. If you would like to tip the channel, you'll have to ask me because I'm not going to pin my Venmo or my Cash App. But yes, if you would love to tip the channel, consider a thumbs up. A thumbs up will suffice. Okay. Cash App, Jules, you know, slap in my face, whatever it is, we will take it. Okay, so all right, let's get into this. This is Marlena and Ernie having a conversation, and Dolly and Ernie and Marlena are up on Dolly's panel, right? This is the third panel. Who were the other two? Ernie was one, right? Ernie and Dolly. Who was the other one, Carrie? And please, you can tell me. Hey, Minnie Pearl. You can tell me who the three were that she was on their panel. Oh, she started at Crystal's. Did she? Well, we may just have to compare it. We may have to compare it, you guys. Because what she says on Dolly's is pretty weird, right? So she went to Crystal's first. Okay, let me pull up Crystal's because I didn't get to watch it. I didn't get to watch Crystal's crime conversation. Is that her? It is. Okay, hold. Let's see how long she was on there for first. All right, that's a 2.5 hour. Okay, hold on just a minute, you guys. I will get it. We will see if we can figure it out. Hold on. Okay, let me get it where she comes up on panel. Oh, Ernie's on that one too, right? Let's go ahead and do let's do Dolly's real quick. I am going to speed it up a little bit. Like I said, if you guys find that the piano music's too loud, let me know. I am trying to do this correctly. Okay. So we'll do Dolly. That kind of sounds weird, don't it? We're going to do Dolly. Let me know if everything sounds okay. We are going to start right now.
I'm going to apologize to you for that, but these thunderstorms had rolled right through here and knocked one of the transformers or something out where we was traveling, and it took us a while to get power back. And I'm so sorry about that. But I'm glad that you come up tonight because you get to meet Dolly, and obviously Dolly has a few questions for you, and you're doing great. And I do appreciate that, and thank you for being for summer. I do appreciate, and I do believe that you are for summer.
I believe Marlene is for summer too. I think that I think that, and this is just my opinion, Marlena kind of was introduced to the Summer Wells community by individuals that absolutely did not have her best interest at heart. That is my opinion, though. Hello, Lisa A.
I'm for
Awesome.
summer all the way.
Awesome. Marlena, my first question for you is, could you tell the audience that may not know who you are, how do you know Candace and Don Wells? How, give us the rundown of how you met them, how long you knew them, and what your relationship was with them.
I've known, here I go again. I just told this on Ernie's panel just a minute ago. I've known Dawn and Candace for many, many years. I knew Dawn before he was even with Candace. He was married to Pam.
Very interesting. So Marlena's been around for a long, long time. Before Dawn even met Candace. Don't forget, Pam Wells owned property in Beach Creek, right? And please, if I'm not remembering something correctly, let me know. Let me know. I'm a human being. I don't remember everything exactly, exactly on point. Okay? For sure.
Fred interviewed.
Did we lose her?
She may have,
So that was years ago because Don and Pam lived in Arkansas when he met Candace. Right? So, I mean, somebody can do the math. Oh, I blocked Lisa Jaton. And I'll tell you why I blocked her. Because she's over here and she want to say shit about Ernie and everybody. And then she's over in Ernie's chat sucking up his ass. Remain calm, don't play that. So, yes, Lisa Jaton is blocked. There's somebody else I was going to block too. For sure. Did you get your channel back there, Mr. A? Yes, sir.
How are you doing?
I'm fine.
That's good. Missed you.
Okay.
What?
What do you mean?
Well,
How
what
did
do
you
you mean?
miss me? You've been
I
in
missed
chat.
you. Like I said.
I missed you too, guy.
Oh.
Thanks for hanging out.
Always. I'm gonna
Okay.
I'm going to go on mute. I'll let you take the show.
Okay. Thank you very much,
Okay.
sir. Thank you for coming up. All right, here we go. So Pam Wells owned property in Beach Creek. So if Marlena knew Don when he was married to Pam, was that would have had to have been before Arkansas, right? Pat Wicks, I love you, girl. Love you, lady. Hey, Night. Okay, so, dang, that piano music is kind of loud, isn't it? I apologize. I was trying to find a really, light, mellow, some mellow stuff. Okay, it's everybody's doing good with this, right? Okay, here we go. So, like I said, Pam owed property in Beach Creek. If she knew Don before he got with Candace and Don met Candace in Arkansas, then that would have been many years ago, right? Don met Pam in Florida. Thank you, Corey.
broke up there a little bit. She'll probably be back. It's just StreamYard, man. What's he use? StreamYard? It is StreamYard.
Yeah,
StreamYard has a problem.
I'm using StreamYard right now. I don't know. It could be weather. My stuff was buffering earlier. People said it sounded robotic, but I mean, I
think
got the
it's
highest
weather.
internet you can get, so it should it should work. You know, like we get to the good stuff, and then the internet
Hold
wants to
on.
act up. I mean, you were around her. What kind of parents were Don and Candace? Were they good parents? Were they neglectful? What kind of parents would you say they were?
Careless.
Careless?
Careless. I mean, the good
Okay.
word for it. Careless.
Okay, so she's saying that they were careless parents, right? Now we do know that, and I'll say allegedly, because Dawn's story and Marlena's story about how long they would have Marlena's daughter, and I don't want to say her name, okay? So please don't put her name in chat. She is a minor, and so we'll just call her Marlena's daughter, right? Being left at the Wells home. So
I'm having a little bit of a hard time hearing you. Could you
Careless.
repeat that?
They were careless. They were. That
Careless.
would be a good word for it. They would be careless.
Okay, so just didn't look after the children well at all.
Well, I mean, they were always outside into something. Dawn was always working or out on a bench, and Candace was. They would always drink with their kids there. They would always party with their kids there. So yeah, careless.
Okay, so you have a daughter also, right?
Yes, I do.
And your daughter was friends with little Summer at the time. They like to play together, hang out together. Was it one of those type of things?
Yes, they were.
Okay, all right.
yes, we do know that Marlena's daughter was Summer's best friend. And I think that is just, it's a good feeling to know that little Summer had a best friend that she played with and stayed with her. We heard, okay, do you guys remember the female that came out on social media? And I can't remember exactly where this woman came out, and she spoke about allegedly babysitting for Summer. Was it the night before Summer went missing? It was really weird. She talked about bathing Summer. You guys remember that story? I'm not going to go all into it because if y'all don't remember it, but she said that Candace had taken her, like, what do they give the kids to help them sleep? What's it? I can't remember. Starts with an M, doesn't it? But Summer didn't want to stay and Summer wanted to go home. It was really odd because then we had somebody else say that they were supposed to keep Summer and they didn't. Melatonin, thank you, Vegas and Bama.
Now, was there a lot of people coming and going from that house? Like, because, you know, with Summer missing and that house being so secluded up in the holler, it's, if you didn't know it was there, it's almost impossible to find it. Like, was there a lot of traffic in and out of that house with, like, you know, just different people at the times that you were around there?
Dawn didn't let a lot of people come in and out of that house. Dawn would get mad if there was somebody there, and Candace had to hide. I mean, if I went up there, Dawn would speak to me and all that, but you could tell that he was ill because I was there. Maybe because he thought that I would find out, you know, if they were doing more than what they should or whatever.
Now, I don't know. I wasn't there. I would assume this is an assumption. just the way that I've heard Dawn talk about Marlena, that maybe he felt that with Marlena coming up there, that she never hid the fact that she's got addiction problems. Marlena's never hid that fact. He accused Marlena of her and her significant other coming up there and taking things that were not theirs. We've already, even though I cannot say for a fact that Candace was bringing people to 110 Ben Hill Road that she didn't know, right? No, Jackie, they don't, darling. That's why it's such a clusterfuck. We can verify that in one occasion, we know for a fact that she allowed an individual that she did not know that had mental issues come to 110 Ben Hill Road to stay there. With her children also, okay? So factually, we do know Jose went to 110 Ben Hill Road. Absolutely.
So no, not a lot of people.
And let me say this too. Hey, Freeside, it's kind of weird to me that Candace allowed Jose to come up there to, he was supposed to have been with Allie. Allie was questioned on why she didn't take Jose to her house. Right? Well, Scott, I can tell you, I mean,
Now they're the only people I really seen there was like, this is before like our long distance, like after the kid situation. I don't know who was all up there between that time and that time. So that was about like, I know, a good 2 or 3 years, maybe.
Did you ever know a cousin of Candace's? Because I had somebody called into my show one day, said she was the cousin.
Oh yeah, that she was her cousin, and my kid was the one that's supposed to be took instead of Summer because me and my kid's dad owed a big drug debt.
Yes. I was wondering if you had heard that.
No. Is that how the story went? We just listened to that. I just played that. No one said that Marlena owed a substance debt. Am I wrong about that? It was allegedly an anonymous tip came into law enforcement about an individual by the name of Spider that was dealing drugs, right? And to 3 individuals from Virginia, and somebody snitched. That's what the story was. Am I wrong? If I'm wrong, somebody tell me.
Excuse my French, but I don't know who that bitch is. But
I heard she passed away. I heard that woman passed away.
I mean, I'm sorry that if she did pass away.
Yeah.
But I'm saying she had.
I don't know if that person passed away. I have not seen that person in my chat for a long time. I do know what their real name is, and they were not Candace's cousin. They kind of led, I don't want to say they led Robin Lane and certain individuals led them to believe that, yes, she was Missy Bly, Candace's cousin, when she wasn't, right?
Had no knowledge of me whatsoever. And it wasn't because my kid was there while Summer got sick. Me and my kid's dad never owed a drug cartel, never owed any money like that.
Did he have some family that was involved in drug running that got busted for like meth? Who was the Spider guy?
I don't know who this Spider guy is, and it's not my kid's dad. So
Okay.
let's clear that up real quick, because Spider is not my kid's dad.
I don't think anybody said Spider was her kid's dad at all.
Okay. Is that your, so that's not your kid's dad's brother? I think that's what she was referring to. Is it was the brother?
No, my kid's dad's brothers.
That's not what I heard, but okay. Everybody hears things differently, right? If they were after Marlena's child, why would they come to Dawn and Candace's? Because, Carrie, remember, allegedly they pinned the anonymous call to 110 Ben Hill Road, is what the fake cousin said. That's what I heard.
Are all like, they own their own family business. They all high society. They
So none of them are riffraffs.
No of them are. No, they all got custody of their kids and all that. No, they're not riffraffs. None.
Okay. All right. So
and then it was like one of them pulled up a Hayes or Brad Hayes at one time, and he was in jail or whatever. That is not even my kid's dad's brother. That ain't even a picture of him.
Okay, I hate to ask
I think
you this.
I think it's PG. I think.
Was y'all all partying together, or were they partying and you were just there? Is it like, when I say partying, I mean, I hate to ask you, was there a lot of, like, I ain't just talking about drinking. I'm talking about, was there some illegal substances going on the hill? If it's something you don't want to answer, don't feel like I'm forcing you to answer something. Just be like, hey, I don't want to talk about that, and I'm fine with it. But it was there more happening on the hill than just them sitting around drinking?
The only thing I ever saw at that time when I was on the hill was Candace would pop floor tabs or whatever and drink. That's all I ever seen.
Okay, so we kind of were under the impression that that is what was transpiring. Like I said, I wasn't there, right? They used to stay with Dawn and Candace. Marlena stayed there. Thank you, Carolyn. Dawn, and I believe Candace did too, admitted to drinking and smoking marijuana, right? Dawn admitted to doing the Coca-Cola, right? That was his main addiction, he said. He said that you would sell your soul for that substance. Don also said he wasn't a good dealer because he would use his own product. You can't sell something that isn't there, right?
But I know that Dawn would have had a crack habit.
Yeah, that's for sure. He's openly admitted that
Yeah,
he went out and spent massive.
That's why he was in Knoxville, and that's why his bills up so high that it is because he had a crack habit and that he would spend a lot of fucking money on crack and go to Knoxville.
Let me ask you,
what's that got to do with the hospital bill? Is she talk? Okay, wait. That's why I thought she said hospital bill was so high. Hang on, let's hear that again.
If it's something you don't want to answer, don't feel like I'm forcing you to answer something. Just be like, hey, I don't want to talk about that, and I'm fine with it. But it was there more happening on the hill than just them?
If you guys watched all her interviews, did she ever tell Dolly, Ernie, or Crystal that she took a lie detector test. Did she ever say that to any of these three people? I haven't watched this interview, so I don't know exactly what she's going to say, right? Hey, Mr. Yes King Kong.
I'm sitting around drinking.
The only thing I ever saw at that time when I was on the hill was Candace would pop floor tabs or whatever and drink. That's all I ever seen. But I know that Dawn would have had a crack habit.
Yeah, that's for sure. He's openly admitted that he went out and spent.
But yeah, that's why he was in Knoxville, and that's why his bill's up so high.
Oh, Knoxville. Knoxville. Thank you, Courtney. Yes. I heard it the second time. Knoxville. Yes, and she said she was not going to tell anybody about it. Well, Carolyn, she told me about it when Jody Sue was on my panel. She said, I took a lie detector test. That is what she said.
That it is because he had a crack habit and that he would spend a lot of fucking money on crack and go to Knoxville.
Let me ask you this. Did you ever see anything inappropriate with the kids? Because, out of all this, Don Wells admitted to taking like showers with Summer. And I'm sure you've been in the house. I've been in the house there on the hill. And
Dolly was at the house. Dolly went in Dawn and Candace's house. Wow, I missed that. I freaking missed that, Dolly.
Bathroom is tiny. The shower is like a one-man shower. And did you ever see anything that you thought was inappropriate behavior from them?
I know that he used to take showers with the kids, but that was because she would tell me that they would take a shower with the kids if, they were in a hurry to get them in bed for school or if they were in a hurry to go somewhere or whatever. But I never seen anything ever
inappropriate.
No, but I know that Josie was his main mold, his main peak out of the kids.
Okay. Now,
and we can see that Josie's the oldest one, right? Dawn took Josie to Utah. Absolutely. Dolly sends them dog food each year. Well, that is really cool. That is really cool of Dolly, for sure. That is really cool of Dolly to do that. People wonder why law enforcement can't solve Summer's case. They can't get to the truth. Well, I believe Marlena when she says that she didn't see anything inappropriate except for the shower situation, because if she would admit to seeing inappropriate behavior while she was there, people would dog her. They would dog her because many times it was said that her daughter was left there to play with Summer. Now, let me tell you guys something. When I was young, really, really young, I had a friend. She was my best friend. And I stayed at her house all the time. All the time. I had, 4 other siblings in my house. My mom and dad, they were bickering and fighting. And, at my friend's house, it wasn't like that. It wasn't so chaotic. And I stayed there a lot, right? Yeah, but Jackie Lips has, well, I don't know. I don't know about the timing. For real. I would have to look at my text and see what it says exactly about the time frame. Marlena's told us, she's told these times before, right?
I think that to be a little clearer too, because Josie, the oldest one, and he was like, how you say that? They groom him
Yeah.
because his oldest kids were sold and sex trafficked, and they're sex offenders and all.
Now I know that.
Well, you know, the way that she's wording this, I am not going to sit and say that Dawn Wells actually sex trafficked the kids. The story goes he went to buy some drugs. He ended up leaving the kids there, or his son there. They called his wife at the time, Pam Wells, and said, hey, you need to come get your kids, right? So absolutely his son is a registered sex offender. No doubt about that. And I wish that we had actual proof that law enforcement was called and told that this man left his kid here on the corner after buying drugs, right? Yes, thank you, Scott. Big difference between she went missing and when she was noticed missing. Absolutely. Big difference.
The older kids hate him. One of them had their skull cracked too. There was a situation where there was some abuse, and
what? Did you guys ever hear that? I heard about a one of the kids getting burnt by the wood stove that they had in the basement, right? I never heard that one of the kids got thunked on the noggin. I never heard that.
Of course, drugs and like you allege, I don't know that to be positive that they were sold, but I know that those kids definitely don't want anything to do with them and really can't stand them.
No, I've seen his son and his daughter on that hill.
Both of them?
I've seen them both. I've seen his oldest daughter and I've seen his oldest son on that hill.
Wow. I thought they didn't have anything to do with him.
But how long ago was that, Marlena? How long ago was that, right? Yes, just legs. Oh, thank you, Carolyn. Yes. Yes, her oldest son. Yes. Yes, the baseball bat situation, right? Okay. Now I get you, just legs. But no, Don did take Josie to Utah with him for sure, right? Hey, Spread Love.
No.
Okay.
That's where a lot of people get that mixed up. They both been on that hill. I think his son or his daughter came and lived with him a couple weeks or something, maybe a month or so, and he kicked her out. And then his son was running from the law, and he came and stayed with him for a while, and then he finally had to move on.
Well, how long ago was that, though, Marlena? How long ago was that? I'm curious to know. Was that years before Summer? How old was Summer at the time, right? Okay, you guys, I definitely understand about the hitting the child in the head with a baseball bat. So let's not describe that anymore. How about that? For real. Hey, we Darlene. Oh, you guys, man, oh man. I know that I'm not monetizing this, but I still got to be careful. What the fuck just happened? Hold on. Hold on. Here we go. Here we go.
There's 7 kids total, right? With 4, with the 3 the boys, Summer, and then there's 3 other children, right?
Once you add about 4 or 5 more to that.
4 or 5 more to that.
What? What? 4 or 5 more to that. We know of 7. And Dawn had 2 also. So that's a total of 9. Right? 4 or 5. Oh no, yeah. No, I take that back, because did I count the one that she gave up in Arkansas, right? I believe his daughter stayed there before Summer went missing. Her husband is Margie's husband. I heard something about that, Carolyn, that allegedly her husband was the one that I know Sonia's husband, Dawn's sister, he was a registered offender.
He got kids.
Not his kids, her kids.
Oh, Candace's kids. I didn't know Candace had kids with anybody else other than Don Wells.
Got kids up in Utah that was adopted out.
Yeah,
Right.
that's what I'm talking about. I know one of them was a small child when he was taken, and he had a fractured skull.
I was talking about Donnie's kids being sex offenders and all that, and being sold and all that. And I know that Candace's kids was took, and they got caught in a hotel. Had a bunch of kids in a hotel, and they were trafficking them, and they weren't supposed to be around kids at all. Mama, grandma.
Wait. Is she talking about the kids and the lady in Arkansas at the motel? Is that what she's talking about? You guys, I'm sorry, but why are we not hearing about freaking, why are we hearing things that were said on YouTube? I mean, all right, this is nuts. Moving on.
Amos or Dawn.
Now, let me ask you this, because you was around. What do you think about these people rumoring? I'm going to say rumor because we don't know for positive that they were loaning Summer out. I'm just going to say it like that. Do you think there's any truth to something like that? Do you think these people are capable of doing something like that?
Loaning her out to what? The locals?
Yeah, like, just basically pimping her out. I mean, there's a lot of rumors that have emerged of that on the internet. I mean, I don't know if that's true. I've heard this.
What do you mean, no, Courtney? Where's she talking about then? She does talk about that.
In multiple places of people saying it, but you know how the internet is. They'll say anything.
Anybody will take anything, cut it, reactivate. Yeah, I know. I've had a target on me for years. That's why I went silent for so many years.
What made you decide to come out and start speaking on it? Just my curiosity. Did you decide, hey, I wanted to clear the air, or I want to clear my name?
I'm tired of feeling like, because the corrupt police that's leaving. I'm hoping the new sheriff is going to believe anything that not believe like anybody, but at least the people that is close to the case believes them and actually follows their leads.
Okay, what leads, Marlena? What leads? Believe what leads? Right? Yeah, I believe that's where they got all the information too, Carrie, for sure. Hey, Chris. Right?
Usually, if somebody calls in from a YouTube or whatever, they don't take that seriously.
No, not at all.
They don't. None of that takes like serious consequences.
We don't know that. How do we know that? How do we know that they're just tossing away all these tips that are being sent in. Like I said, if you're going to send a tip in, make sure you have the evidence to send to law enforcement. If you just get a hold of law enforcement and you say, oh, Johnny's at the motel and, you know, he's diddling kids, and they go to the motel and Johnny's there, and Johnny says, I wasn't diddling no kids, and there's no proof that Johnny was diddling kids, right? Then there's no case. Marlena is saying they were in the hotel. They wasn't supposed to be around children. They were selling the children out of the hotel room, Dawn and Candace. Carolyn, she heard that from YouTube, right?
But I'm tired of, like, there's certain people that's still trying to follow me and find me. I mean,
Ernie said he was hunting you. He didn't have to hunt too long, did he, Marlena? But I figured that, right? I was saying no to the video. Oh, okay, Courtney. Yes, Carrie, they believe that they deserve a call back from law enforcement. So guess what happens? Okay? Say you snitched on Johnny and law enforcement goes and finds Johnny, or they haven't found Johnny yet. Let's do it like this. So you snitch on Johnny. Law enforcement hasn't found Johnny yet, but Johnny may be a listening, right? May be a listening to their favorite creator on the YouTube streets. And so you come out on YouTube and you're like, I told on Johnny for what he was doing. They haven't found him yet. Well, what's Johnny going to do? He's going to be like, I'm out of here. So-and-so snitched on me, right?
that's like that Matt Brewer or Rouser or whatever. He was at a friend of mine's not even like 4 days, not even 3 or 4 days ago, asking about me. And that's better than 5 miles from my house, and I don't even know this idiot.
Who's Matt Brewer? Who's Matt Brewer?
So you've had YouTubers trying to track you down basically for the last 5 years.
I had Jamie Cox following me for a very, very long time and was telling a lot of people where I was at and where I was staying and had targets on my back. Yeah, I mean,
Marlena, you told people where you were at. You told people where you were at. You told people where your car was. You told people that Tony Hammond tried to get into your car. You were telling people where you were at.
I mean, I'm just fed up with people cutting my stuff and lying about me. I'm tired of my kid
cutting her stuff,
feeling like she's got to always protect herself and be in danger, or have to fight somebody at school because somebody's saying something about her mom or her dead family members on Facebook, and people pick our kids.
That is sad if your daughter's having to do that, Marlena. That is sad if your daughter's having to do that. How would a child that young... Okay, moving on.
Picking on her, and I'm just fed up.
I can understand that. Now, let me ask you, this is probably one of the $1 million questions. What was your falling out, if you don't mind sharing? What made you fall out with the Wells? Like, if y'all were friends and y'all were hanging out, Y'all were, was it the situation where she was supposed to assign Summer and Waylon over to you, or was there something else that transpired that got you?
Yes, Marlena at one time talked about Candace was going to sign over one of the children to Marlena. Right? All these players naming names of dangerous people, they are publicly putting themselves in danger. I agree, Tropicana. I agree.
Where you and Candace and Don wasn't seeing eye to eye anymore.
Well, that was part of it because I got told late in 2011, early of 2012, I had ovarian cancer. And I had to go through radiation treatments and I had to have surgery. And they told me I would never be able to carry a kid to full term. So she really, at that time, we were really close, and she knew that all I ever wanted to do was be a mom.
Yeah.
So when she lied to me about that, I was just done for the longest time. And then I got pregnant with my daughter, my miracle baby. She came about 4.5 weeks early. So I became a mom.
So what kids did Candace have in 2012? Was Josie born yet? I don't remember if Josie was born yet.
So,
So
I kind of let that.
Let me know if that this music's too loud, you guys.
Pass,
she was willing to give you Summer.
Waylon.
So she wasn't going to give you Summer, but she was going to give you Waylon.
Okay, so how old would Waylon have been? Can somebody calculate that for me? I'm trying this music. I'm sorry, you guys. I'm messing with this freaking music. I'm trying to turn it down a little bit. I picked piano music because I thought it would be a little bit softer. Okay. Right? Because how old would a Waylon have been? Okay, wait, that's too freaking loud. That's driving me nuts. Right?
She was going to sign Waylon over to me. Then she found out that she was pregnant with Summer right after that.
Oh, okay.
She just didn't want to have no more kids. Not by him. Not by anybody. She was done having kids, she said.
Okay. Was Allie in the picture with you guys when y'all were hanging out, or did that come shortly after you?
That came after I left and had my kid and went and took care of my sick dad, and I didn't have hardly anything to do with the Wellses for 3 or 4 years.
3 or 4 years. Okay. Now this one I know is a hypothetical question I'm going to ask you here now. Is, you were close to him, you knew him pretty well, probably better than anybody up here on the internet for sure. What do you think may have happened to Summer Wells?
I started my own YouTube channel like I was going to about a year back.
There we go. She was going to bring out her own YouTube channel. We all remember that mess, right? We all remember the manufactured chaos, right? I remember it because I got caught up in it, didn't know anything about it, and I ended up being the bad guy.
Say that one more time because you broke up just a little bit for me.
The YouTube channel like I was going to about a year and a half back.
You was going to start a YouTube channel?
Yes, I was.
Okay.
But I didn't think that nobody would listen to me because that was after PG cut me down and talked about me like a dog.
Well, I mean, of course people are going to listen to you because
I remember you going to PG's channel. So, but no, I don't watch PG, so I don't know why PG would have turned on Marlena. But yeah, she was still over at Prayer Gardens after the manufactured chaos shit. Okay.
You're close with the family. You're closer than most of these YouTubers up here. I mean, you stayed with them. You've been on the hill. You've hung out with them. You know, you broke bread with them. So of course,
that's where a lot of people get that mixed up. I never stayed with them. I never lived with them. I didn't. I mean, I hung out with them. I might have drank a couple of times, and you know, back then I was doing pills. So yeah, I probably done a couple pills and had a good time. But I always went home. I never stayed all night with them.
Okay. Do you have?
That's a he said, she said, right? 9, Waylon. (2011). Thank you, Moonflower.
A theory on what may have happened this summer?
I have 2 theories.
Well, can we hear at least one of them?
Well, my first theory is Dawn owed a bunch of money. So with him going and telling my dad he had to sacrifice his daughter, I think he had to give her up.
Over the drug debt?
Over the drug debt.
Wow.
I don't, you know, my thing is with Don saying he had to sacrifice his daughter. It's weird because, hey, El Kennedy, he, you know, Don and his religious beliefs, right? I'm not saying this is what happened with him, you know, saying that he would see her in the resurrection, immediately start saying that. It wouldn't be far-fetched that one theory be he sacrificed her for his sins. For his sins. Not saying that's what happened, but, you know, kind of weird.
Wow. Okay. What's your second theory?
If she went to the swimming hole like she said she did, then I think either Candace turned her back to smoke pot and drink, and she drowned, or Hunter drowned her, and they got scared, or maybe didn't drown, or maybe got water in her lungs, and then, you know, they respirate like, you know, like if you get water in your lungs, you respirate after so many hours.
Dry drowned.
Dry drowned it, and they have got scared and got rid of her body, and or, you know, buried her or whatever they might have done. I don't know if they have or they haven't.
Okay, so what the hell was that? Hang on, you guys. I don't know what that was. Okay, sorry, I'm back. Okay, hold on. Let me get situated again. What's up, Silly Billy? Silly Billy. His sin of not paying the cartel. I mean, it's a possibility, right? Absolutely a possibility. Because we don't know what happened. The comments that Dawn has made, right, does make it seem like that that could be a possibility. He claims that he knows the mafia, right, Mexican mafia, enough that he could just go to the home, he could go to any establishment that was ran by the Mexican mafia, and they would give him whatever he wanted. They would welcome him in, right? What? Come on, laptop. Okay, here we go. Hold on. I'm gonna pull this music back up. Let me see it restore. See if it'll pop back up. All right, hold on. What is that? All right, give me 1 second. I've got to trying to play a little bit of music. My question is by him saying she was sacrificed. Does he mean physically or metaphorically? Oh, interesting. Hey, that girl. Hey, degenerate. Degenerate lost. Okay, hold on. And the beat goes on. And the beat goes on and on and on. All right, let me get this back on. Okay, that's good. Okay. I am fine. Where did Dawn say that? Okay, so allegedly she said that Dawn said that to her dad. Okay. She said Dawn said it to her dad. Then Fred said that, I think Fred said he said it to him also, or he was repeating what Marlena said, that he said it to her dad. And then didn't the tree trimmers say that too? Right? Yeah, that's true, I agree.
But I figured they might have got scared and maybe, got rid of the evidence and said somebody kidnapped her.
I would have to lean towards what you just said. I've always felt that something tragically happened to Summer. Either it was they left her in the car too long in the heat, or it was something that did happen at that water hole. And I've always felt like Hunter was a liar, and that Don and Candace, their stories didn't quite line up because.
But then again, though, you got to think about the barrel situation. The video that she posted, the barrel said for sale.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, when she was dancing in the rain, and everybody has a theory of, they posted this video to.
Was that barrel? Was your daughter at 110 Ben Hill Road when that barrel was sitting out there saying for sale? Right? What about the email and the text message that says a concerned family member, I believe, contacted Marlena because her daughter was doing inappropriate dancing on social media and they wanted it stopped. So, right?
Now, here's the thing. Like, I've known a lot of bad people.
Right,
I've known some bad people. I've known people that do illegal things. And I've never really seen nobody that would take your kid over a debt.
But don't see, look, this is what you're talking about. You're talking about Beach Creek. Places that kids don't go missing. Just bad people that do bad things to somebody is the only people that go missing. Kids never go missing. Jeez. My whole 40-some years, I've never seen a kid go missing except for Summer.
Yeah, like.
That is true. I think you could ask anybody in the holler. A child just doesn't go missing.
I mean, whatever would have happened to have Summer, a stranger didn't wander up to that hill. I've always been pretty confident of that. Like, even when the first few times
before we got cut off, them dogs on that hill. Why was the dogs disappeared on the day that Summer went missing? Where was all the dogs? Who helped them catch 15 or 20 dogs?
I don't know, but a very smart person in my chat mentioned the piece of meat that was bought from Priceless on June 15th, and Candace took a picture of it. That's weird, right?
Dogs and put them in a barn or a shed or something. Who did all
That's
that?
a-
That's
that's a-
a lot of dogs.
That's another $1 million question right there.
Yeah, I
is.
mean, even when I was out there, the dogs ran out on me, and the first few
Did they
times,
target you the whole time?
yeah, the whole time I was out there. Well, at first they did, and then they ran out on me. But when I first got there, no, there wasn't no dogs. But then they came out. But when I was on Ben Hill Road, I couldn't see the house. I didn't know exactly where the house was at. So if just to say I was coming there to kidnap somebody, if you didn't know exactly where the house is at, you really can't even see the house. You know,
Exactly. Especially if it's summertime and it's green, you can't see the house.
yeah, in the winter you can see it. Now, of course, in the wintertime you walk down the road at certain angles, you can see the house. But in the summertime, yeah, it's almost.
And Dolly, have you not noticed?
And we have to remember that absolutely, when the real estate agent had taken pictures of the property that was for sale, for some reason in a picture it showed Dawn and Candace's house. It was strange, you guys. It was really strange. Yeah, I think we all want to know why he went to the shed first, right?
Certain people in this case has popped up dead, missing, had car accidents, just unruthlessly, no idea what happened to them. The brakes go out or anything like that. I mean, this stuff just don't happen in a 5-year period that so many in this case goes missing, and there's only like maybe 10 or 15 of us left.
Yeah. Let me ask you this too, because you were there. What is your take on Grandis? What do you think about Grandis?
Grandis, well, I mean, she don't know if she wants to be straight or she wants to be or if she wants to be lesbian.
Excuse me. I have to agree from what I've heard that, hey, she liked Benny's booty, right? Patting Benny on his booty.
I mean, she's got a missing daughter too that she just all of a sudden stopped looking for. You know why she stopped looking for, right?
No, I don't.
Because Candace has got the same tattoos as her sister does.
What does that have to do? Wait, come on now. Dawn went to that clearing knowing the kids played down there. Well, Dawn's story that day is whacked out, to say the least. I don't think that Candy Hair ever. Yeah, I showed that over here. I showed that interview over here. Candy Hair has not stopped looking for her daughter. After all of these years, where do people want her to look? Right? Yeah, I don't think that's a big deal, silly Billy, but not to us, it's not a big deal, but obviously it means something to Marlena.
Has not anybody ever pointed that out? Like the tattoos, it's on that bulo. Candace has them.
It's on Rose as well.
Yeah. How's that work?
It's weird. It's weird, and I've said this once before because we was talking about Rose Bly, and I never got no answers. When I was talking to Candace about Rose, she wouldn't she literally had. I mean, let's just say this: have you ever asked Candace about Rose?
Me personally, I haven't, but I've heard that she's joked about her being buried under the driveway.
But have you? I mean,
and they went and looked under that driveway. Remember when Candace was saying that shit? They went and looked under that driveway, right? Yes, yeah, Carrie, that's what he said. That's what he said. For sure.
But Ernie knows exactly what I'm talking about. She's got same tattoos that matches her sister. Is that just
And I completely agree. They should go talk to Grandma. They should go talk to Candy Hair. Especially now that she hasn't been at 110 Ben Hill Road for a while. I can guarantee you, even though Grandma looks like, you know, if she had to fight Dawn, I'm sure she probably could have. But I do believe that Dawn was very intimidating. Remember the restraining order. I'm afraid he's going to hurt my mom. My mom lives in her camper. Candace and Grandma, Candace did not want Dawn to throw Grandma off of that hill. Right?
a coincidence?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, is that, I mean,
Let me say this. Who do you think that if Dawn would have made it to where Candy Hair was not allowed on that property, who would have been there for Candace? Marlena? Possibly. Right? Allie booked very quickly over a guy, right? So, who were Candace's actual friends, right? We actually don't know. They haven't. Yeah, we kind of don't. I mean, Grandma allegedly was going to take care of a family member, help take care of a family member.
I mean, there's some people get the same tattoos, maybe siblings. I mean,
In the
Yep.
same place?
Maybe.
you
And
think,
notice that her sister's been missing exactly, what was it, like 9 or 12 years to the day that her daughter went missing?
I know it's strange. You know, the odds of somebody having two,
Candace, we want a DNA test. We want to find out if you're Candace. Well, I mean, right?
people go missing in their family is like being struck by lightning like 4 or 5 times.
Oh, Dale. Yes, Dale Terry.
It's almost
Like
astronomical.
you're standing out there with a lightning rod and saying, please, God, strike me.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that it is, you know, the odds of that happening is super. I ain't saying it's impossible, but I'm
weird.
saying you got a 1 in a billion chance
It is
of something
weird.
like that happening. And then, you know, with Grandis taking off after it and Grandis being with them that day
Got up and left
allegedly.
state and disappeared. She just got up and left state and disappeared and went back home or whatever, and her granddaughter and her daughter's missing.
I've always had my suspicions of Grandis and her behavior myself because of Rose Bly, because you know they always.
Let me say this. I've said this before, and y'all can tell me I'm crazy. I know I'm crazy. Would you have wanted to stay at 110 Ben Hill Road with Dawn and Candace acting the way that they were? Would you have wanted to hang out with a couple people who were drinking and doing substances and screaming and fighting with each other, right? Yeah. Well, everything's kind of weird, Chrissy.
Always put the blame on Rose Bly's husband, but he was never convicted of any crime against Rose. So I mean, that mystery has always loomed over the family. And to, you know, the joke about she being buried underneath a sidewalk, I don't know who
It was
killed
Chet.
Rose, and it's, you know, my big thing is I've always
We don't even know that Rose is no longer alive. Nobody knows that.
thought Summer Wells was an accident, but a lot of people tell me they believe that there's premeditation in it because of, like you said, the dogs being put up, the story, the
the dogs missing is a key factor in that day. There had to have been dogs up there when law enforcement came because Candace said that they brought the dogs up the hill and she didn't have time to put her own dogs up, right?
Everything was premeditated, is what a lot of people say.
Yeah, Chrissy, I'm not gonna, jump on that conspiracy theory either. That Candace got a tattoo, maybe the same one her sister had.
What did her 911 call say? That she walked down the road and she returned and her daughter was nowhere to be found. Was that not a 911 call at the first?
Yeah.
Well, I believe the 911 call was, they said the mother had left the
for a
house,
walk.
and then there's the rumors.
She walked down the road.
She had gone for a walk. It didn't say the mother went for a walk and she was gone down the road, and that's not what they said. If I remember correctly.
Road and then came back and she wasn't there. That was the first 911 call, was it not?
According to Candace, I mean, I sat there personally with Candace, and Candace said that she was at the trailer and that somebody allegedly came up the dog trail, but where the trailer sat, you would have to walk right in front of the trailer to get to the house.
Thank you. You'd have to walk right there by the edge where the camper door was, and you would have to be seen.
Yeah, that's what I didn't understand when she said, because she said she was in the camper with Grandis, and I was like, well, how could they get up the dog trail and walk right past you and you not see them, not hear them, not anything, no dogs?
Absolutely, Dolly. I agree. I agree with that, sir.
Barked at them, no nothing, and the dog trail itself is steep as hell.
Yeah, and then by the time you get to the top of that hill, you're going to have to stop and take a breath, because anybody nowadays, they all smoke at least a vape or a cigarette or something. So you're going to have to stop and take your breath, because I can't even walk that hill when I didn't smoke and not have to stop and take a breath.
I know, me too. I walked that hill too, and I was the same way. Me and PJ, we walked the hill, and I was like, man, this shit is up here a little ways, So,
and I agree too, silly Billy. I truly believe the dogs, they ran in a pack, and if they were hungry, they're going to go find food. Also, the tree trimmers were there. So, there was a lot of noise and things going on with the tree trimmers being there. So, we just don't know where the dogs went that day. Now, how many dogs were at the top of the hill when Candace came back? I've always said that. You would have to know. I don't care if there was 1, 2, 3 dogs up there and all the rest were gone. If a stranger comes up that hill, even if they're hiding behind a freaking tree, the dogs are going to alert by at least barking. And if they did know the person, they're still going to bark. And then when they realize who it is, they would calm down. Does that make sense?
So I agree that, I guess it depends on what kind of shape you're in, but I don't see anybody. And do you ever remember there being a couch that blocked that bottom door in the basement? Did you ever go down into the basement?
You mean the dungeon?
The dungeon, tri-level, whatever you want to call it. Did you ever go down there?
Who you talking to, Ernie? He ain't going to answer.
No, I'm asking you. Did you ever go down into the basement?
Yeah.
Are you talking to Ernie? He's not going to answer. Do you ever go down in the dungeon, Ernie? How would you answer that question? That's odd, isn't it?
Yeah, I went down in the basement before they even put the bar across the top of the steps.
Okay. Do you ever remember was there a couch that blocked the back door? Do you remember a couch?
No.
Okay.
There was when that time was there was nothing that blocked that back door.
Okay, so when you were there, you could just freely walk in and out that back door.
See, so where did the blue couch story come in? Does anybody remember where the blue couch story came in? Who put that information out?
Yeah, you could walk
Okay.
about in any door that was there, but see, and then like the call that I got was different from the call that 911 got.
What do you mean?
Okay.
Jose,
So you
That's like I
thank
was
you
telling Ernie.
guys.
That I was going over that with Ernie because the
Thanks,
911
dudes.
call that she replayed, I think she said she took a walk and returned and Summer wasn't there. And then it went to she was helping her mom fix her knee brace and planting fake cactuses in rocks. And if you
Now,
was at fixing her knee brace at that door of that camper, then you would have seen anybody that came up that hill. The
Let me
dogs
ask-
would have barked.
let me ask you this:
What
Have
was
you ever known them to doctor hop and do pills? Because I heard from some locals down there that they would, that they were big on the pills, and I truly believe that day the reason they went to the pharmacy was to get some painkillers, and when they got back to the
Oh,
house,
absolutely.
they
I
were over there
agree with
drinking.
that.
Exactly. The mama supposedly said, I'm saying, I don't know about that, but I'm saying that her mama's knee was swelled and Candace was worried about it. I think that was a clip in the news thing. And it was swelled and Candace was worried about it. No, Candace wanted her mama to go to the hospital to get a pain shot and a script of Lortabs.
I believe that. I do believe that. I don't think that's ever even, maybe as far as me over here, I believe that. I've never really questioned any of that.
So they could do them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I heard the same thing that she was.
And you cannot doctor hop anymore. You cannot do it. Now, years ago, you could go to one doctor, get prescribed, narcotics, and go to a pharmacy, get them filled, go to another doctor, get a prescription, go to a different pharmacy and get it filled. I mean, continuously, you used to be able to do that. You cannot do that anymore.
A drinker and she liked prescription medications. And I'm thinking, is it possible that she went over there and I don't even know if that story's true. And with the boys not being 18, we can't really see if her story's true, because she said she took Summer back to the house and she was in there with the boys, and then the boys thought she went downstairs, but with the boys not being of age.
Tell me this, why did I get the phone call that Summer was missing at 4:37 and the phone call to the police didn't go into about what, 6:30? Where's an hour and so many minutes at? Where did it?
Now, who called you?
Okay, this is the thing. We've all assumed from the beginning that the 6:10, right? They called the law enforcement at 6:23 was the first call. The 911 call. Okay. And she said that they were gone. The Summer was gone for 10 minutes. Well, not everybody, we got common sense. And I've always believed that Summer went missing a long, long time before that, right? Yeah, they scan your license, silly Billy. They absolutely do. You have to show your license to be able to pick up narcotics for anybody, for sure.
Who called you and let you know that Summer was missing?
Candace did.
Candace called you personally and said Summer's missing.
That's what I was telling Ernie before we got disconnected. She called me at 4:37 on Messenger. It's just a regular voice call, and told me that Summer was on the swing. She went in the kitchen to fix kids something to eat, and when she turned around, Summer was gone. One, if you've been in that house, you know that if you walk into that kitchen, that side window points straight to that swing. You would have seen if somebody was there. 2, she never cooked. I don't know where she got come up with that lie because she never cooked whatsoever.
Uh-huh. And
And
what
if
kind of
she did-
condition? What kind of condition was the house in when you was there?
Well, I would always wash the clothes, hang the clothes, fold clothes into the kids' place.
I mean,
where
did
they
it
would
have
go.
walls and doors? Did it have everything
No,
intact?
Now, absolutely, you know, they talked about Marlena helping Candace clean the house and stuff like that. You know, you don't get a full prescription from your regular doctor. Yeah, they don't give you many of them for sure. That's what Candace first told. Summer was outside and she was inside. Absolutely, Jackie. Candace was, Summer was inside. Candace was outside. Summer was inside. Then Candace was inside and Summer was outside.
It didn't have a, you know, that wall like right next to the washer and dryer that cuts off for the bathroom?
Yeah.
That was never there. That was open, even into
Okay.
the kitchen. The wall that
Can I ask you guys a question? And just answer me honestly. Do you feel that the condition of the home, how hoarded it was, how nasty it was, has anything to do with what happened to Summer? As far as the house, that is where they are putting her as the last place she was, in that house, being taken out of the dungeon. Now, we know, because we've seen with our own eyes the way that it was set up, that they had to go down into the basement. Those steps going down into the basement. Now, did they look dangerous? Absolutely. Absolutely. But as far as the rest of the house being dirty and things like that, I'm not sure. I mean, me personally, that I'm finding any relevance there, right?
is on the wall. They built Summer room down, like closed the wall in for the steps and all that. That was never there.
Okay. Yeah, when I was there, it had the doors. The bathroom was all there. It had that little walk-in room inside the kitchen. The pipes were running through. They wasn't in the walls. They were running like hanging, like the pipes wasn't in the walls. They were outside the walls, which I thought was weird as hell. And of course, the basement was empty. It was completely empty, and there was no stairs when I was there. So they had ripped the stairs up.
Did you notice that like the first
What do you mean there was no stairs? They ripped the stairs out.
interview that she did with somebody and took them downstairs? Did you all not notice that there was porn playing on the TV?
Oh, come
I
on.
thought it was like Girls Gone
Marlena.
Wild or something. Yeah, on the TV. Yes.
On TV.
Yes, that was Chris McDonough that had went down there in that interview, and
It was weird. It was weird about that when he sticks his head down there to go in head first. She's pulling her shirt up right at the right time. It's like, if that's not a tall tale sign of this house and what goes on in this house, nothing.
That's funny. Ernie would know that, right? Ernie would know that a girl was showing her tatas right at the right moment, right? That is what was said, spread love, right? Ronnie Lawson said the boy seen her outside. I always thought their house always the clutter. People were sending things. Yeah, absolutely, Dukes. Absolutely. You know, they said law enforcement came in like 8 or 9 times, tore the house up looking for something, which I want to know what they were looking for. Okay. I would love to know exactly what law enforcement was looking for. when they kept coming in and tearing the house apart, right? So a lot of that we seen was they said from that doing law enforcement doing that, right? Yes, Carrie, that's been the problem the whole time. That has been the problem the whole time. They're just seeing stuff on YouTube and coming out and talking about it.
Yes. For the
You know,
exact moment.
yeah, and that's my thing about with the inappropriateness. Now, we know that he was taking.
You know what I found interesting too? If you go back and you listen to Dudley and he talks about what was it, TBI or FBI came to his dad's house, came to his father's house looking for Dudley. You did not hear Dudley say they surrounded my house, Hawkins County, TBI, FBI. You know, there was 15 cruisers out there. Dudley didn't say that. He didn't say that. But yet with Marlena, she says they surrounded her. Surrounded her and everyone that was with her. Right? Because wasn't Marlena staying in a tent at that time? Staying in a tent community, I'll say. Right? So then they take her in and question her and give her a lie detector test. So that tells me that if that happened, law enforcement maybe wasn't believing what Marlena was telling them to start with, right? Okay, but Dawn also said that the math heads did too, silly Billy. Right? I don't know. Just a point I'm making. Just a little point I'm making. Well, I haven't either. I've never seen anything like it, ever.
In showers with the little girl in that little tiny shower, and that it's alleged that he was down there sleeping with her with, they were all nude in the bed together. But I mean, it's definitely like I don't think any man should be taking a shower with their daughter that comes up.
Okay, if I remember correctly, the Dawn sleeping in the nude was said by Candace when they were at the motel in Arkansas. Okay? Candace was saying the woman and the kids had to leave the motel. They couldn't stay there another night. They didn't have the funds or whatever. And Candace said, if I could, I would at least give them a place to sleep for the night. But I cannot do that. And Dawn sleeps naked anyway. And people automatically started saying that Dawn slept naked with Summer. Now, whether he did or not, I don't know. But I know that's where that came from, right?
Up to their waist in a one-man shower. I think that is, and with the history of Don Wells being a predator. I mean, there's no other way to say it. With his sister, with the lady.
I think go in the start that Candace and Dawn should be sitting behind bars right now.
For what?
I agree. And I tell people though, like
for
one, he got caught with a gun while drinking and driving. He is a convicted felon. He should still be sitting behind bars.
And of course, for stealing panties out that lady's house, which I found bizarre that he had some women's panties in his pocket. That's kind of serial killerish. And then I
think he did time for that too, didn't he? For stealing the panties out of the woman's garage. What was creepy about the panty deal and him stealing the freaking panties was because the woman was in her house asleep and did not even know he was in the garage, right? Yes, see, that's what I said, Carrie. Wouldn't they have to have a warrant? They would have to have a warrant. And that warrant would have to state exactly what they were coming in that house to find, right? What's up, Max? Right? Isn't that the way it works?
He blames his sister for what he did to her. Like he don't even take responsibility for
No,
the
he
actions
doesn't.
that he's done.
I had people that went up there and robbed him. I had people to rob him for a lousy, I mean, what, $20? He still owes me like 100 and something. And I had somebody
Why does he owe you $100 and something? Right? Why does he owe you $100 and something?
to rob him for 100 and some bucks. Now,
Is
if
that what
he
he
owed
alleges?
me, yeah, he gets on there and if you go back and watch some of his very first interviews talking about that he kept my kid all the time, and all kinds of bullshit that I had him robbed and I got pissed off at him and all kinds of shit. No, he ain't seen pissed off until I jumped out on his ass out there off a Long Star and I told him I would whoop his ass right there for running his mouth for nothing that wasn't true.
Did the police or the FBI ever interview you when Summer went missing?
Yes, they interviewed me 2 or 3 times. They took my phone. They surrounded me. I mean, I had just told Ernie that. They surrounded me at my home with.
They surrounded her at her home. They questioned her 2 or 3 times, right? Ernie's known to have panties in his pocket during the... That's fucking sickening, Eber. Anyhow, so they questioned her 2 or 3 times. Why would they need to question Marlena 2 or 3 times? Right?
FBI, TBI, 5 carloads of Green County, 5 or 6 cars of Hawkins County, helicopters. I mean, they searched everything around there, every bit of my stuff, my phone, everything.
Okay.
Wow.
Was there anything that you
Because
thought that they were odd?
He told everybody I'm the one that took her. I didn't take her.
Uh-huh.
I had my own kid to worry about, and I had my own things to worry about. My dad was getting sick. My dad had cancer for 2 years, and it finally took him out of this world. I mean, I had my own kid to worry about. I had my own drama with my baby daddy. I had to take care of my kid. I mean, I had so much, no car that worked. I mean, I had so much on me that at that time, I didn't have room for another kid.
Uh-huh. Okay. Wow. That's a lot. That's a lot to take in there.
And I'm not going to say Marlena took Summer. Obviously still a person of interest though, right? Still a person of interest.
How was the relationship with everybody? At one point on the hill, everybody's... I'm sorry I cut you off. Go ahead.
But by the time Summer went missing, we had lost almost 20 some family members and close friends to me. So plus fighting depression, fighting my daddy being sick, trying to get a car that runs, trying to get my kid back and forth to school, trying to make sure that, me and my kid's dad ain't killing each other and this and that. I didn't have time to even breathe. And then the next thing I know, I got TBI, FBI, the police, bamboozled my house like I was a serial killer.
Yeah.
Dolly.
Yeah.
Dolly. Do you remember Earl Taylor, the guy that was found after Summer went missing the day after?
Not
Dawn was through Fred Hill.
Uh-huh. Okay,
so
what about
Dawn and
You just heard her, right? She met Dawn through Fred Hill.
bad taste in my mouth about Fred Hill? I mean, I'm not saying Fred Hill did it.
Fred Hill knows what happened to Summer.
The question I was going to
How
ask
do you
you.
know that, Marlena? How do you know that, Marlena? Did you tell law enforcement that when they questioned you 1,000,000 times? Yeah, Summer, yeah. The odds were stacked against her from the get-go. Yeah, I believe that. I truly do.
How close was Candace and Don with Fred Hill at the time that Summer went missing?
Well, they were pretty close, I'd say, because Dawn, that's how my dad met Dawn, was through Fred Hill.
Uh-huh. Okay,
so
what about
Dawn and Fred's been friends for years.
now? Paul Hill is his granddad? The one that lives on Danville Road?
Uncle.
I don't know how they're connected,
Uncle.
like all together. I don't know,
Okay.
but I know that they're pretty. I know that they're pretty connected.
Yeah, I mean, I know they're family. I'm positive that they're family. I believe it's his. I think it's his granddad, because people say at one time it was a pig farm and that they may have had some pigs out
It was
there
his
or something
uncle.
of that nature. I was just curious if you knew the family that side on Van Hill Road.
I don't like. It's Frank, ain't it? Is it Frank, the one that is the younger dude that's black headed?
Yep.
I'm not positive.
That
Ernie, do
that
you
was his
know?
daddy's
Yeah,
property.
Frank
That
Hill.
was his daddy's property at one time.
Fred's
Yeah, well,
Or
cousin.
something.
I just know that's the recent place that the
Are we
FBI.
talking about Frank? It was Frank Line or something like that?
Frank Hill.
I'm not sure.
No, it's Frank. It's Frank Hill, because that's the one that they recently searched on Van Hill, right?
Right.
The cops went in not too long ago and
Yeah,
searched
I thought
his
his name was
property.
Paul. I thought it was Paul Hill, but
That's
might be
the
wrong.
uncle.
Paul, ain't it? Paul is his dad. Frank is the boy.
okay. All right. So basically,
But
all of the people.
Lord Jesus.
surrounded his property, and they treated him like an outsider and making him leave. He said, "Did you want to find out where they buried Summer?" Now, how did he
Okay.
know?
This is how you can
What? Marlena was listening to the interview that Ryan Finds Truth did with Frank Hill. Right? Okay. We may switch this interview over to Crystals, because I just have a feeling that Crystals is probably more interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just. To me, I think a lot of this stuff is connected on the hill, that these people were in cahoots together. Did you ever know Jody Sue Brown and Andy? I think she's breaking up. You were
I
breaking
met
up.
Jody Sue I met Jody Sue a time or two, and I met Andy a couple of times. But like hanging out with them, Melio, hanging out with them and like kicking it with them and drinking with them and partying with them, I never did.
Okay. I met Andy. He seemed like a pretty nice guy. I mean, generally, and just I've only met him once, but he seemed to be pretty pleasant when I met him. Jody Sue seems to be a little bit all over the place. She says things that if it's true, then about drugging the kids.
I ran into her last year, or maybe 2 years ago, at the store next to Priceless, and she said she had the paperwork to prove that it was conspiracy against me to get my kids taken away.
Girl, Marlena. Jody probably does have the paperwork. I have text messages. That were sent to me. They were conspiring to get Journey taken from you. Now, the thing that I couldn't understand was, what was the big fucking deal when the person that wanted to take you or take your child away from you was a relative of yours? It made no sense. No sense to me whatsoever. So, right? Yeah. Well, I mean, isn't that a great way to do it, Lisa? Start now with the distractions. Start now with the BS, because let's make sure that when the new sheriff takes office, that we overwhelm him with a bunch of bullshit, right? Let's start out, let's start it out with distractions and bullshit and nonsense, and you know what I'm saying. And I say this and I mean it. If they truly wanted to search that cemetery, it wouldn't fucking matter if the family didn't like Hawkins County. They would absolutely go check the cemetery if they believed it.
that these rumors were alleged that about the drugging the kids or to get your kids taken away?
Not drugging the kids, but like getting back at me
For what?
for getting. I think that's when I got on with Lips, and that maybe that was before I got on with PG or after I got on with PG. And I ran to her to the store, and she said, "I've got proof that they had it planned to get my kids taken away."
Oh, okay. Didn't PG? I might be mistaken. Didn't she have
And
some?
it didn't fucking matter because you blew smoke up Jody's ass and got all pissed off at Jody when her making that statement to you was a factual statement. And even after she tried to tell you that, you still hung out with the same people that she tried to tell you that. I'm just saying.
Some weird relationship with Don Wells?
She used to, yeah, I'm gonna say it. She used to fuck Don Wells behind
Yeah.
Candace's back.
I mean, I've had heard some.
Marlena, she tried to piss off Jody, ain't she? I bet the new sheriff is just waiting to hear that, right?
Stuff like that. I mean, I don't know how true it is, because the internet, it's, people say a lot of crazy stuff.
Don, let me tell you how far PG went.
Hey,
Let me tell you how far Australia went. What is it, Phoebe, Australia? Let me tell you how far she went. She went so far that she was showing her titties supposedly to a guy named Jimmy Long, and then had Jimmy Long tell him that I was.
If it is invalid,
That's crazy. I guess if you got the boobies, go ahead and show it. What the fuck's that got to do with Summer? Right? I guess she wasted booby time, didn't she? That's crazy.
Convicted of murder. He went
Oh,
to
wow.
prison in the 80s. And she's showing titties just to get information and for them to go on there to make me look like a liar and saying that I am screwing this old man. He probably can't even get it up unless he eats about 5 fucking Viagra.
Uh-huh.
But
That's a
she's
lot of
over there
Viagra.
showing her titties. Just to see. So we're going as far as being a hoe and showing her titties and our shit just to get information about Summer. That's taking it way too far.
Well, I mean, it's like even Ziggy marrying Fred Hill. I think it gets a little weird when you're trying to get information out of people and then you start having some weird
What are you
relationship.
talking about? This is what nobody else is talking about. Ziggy was in that holler the day that Summer Wells went missing.
How do you know that? How do you know that? How do you know Ziggy was on the hill the day Summer went missing? Inquiring minds want to know. You can say that all you want. I want to see receipts on that. I really do.
What?
Was in that holler buying drugs the day that Summer Wells went missing. And then Fred went to jail, and then she started her YouTube, and her and Fred started making videos and calling him from doing his video visits from jail. And then they got together and got married. So nobody seems to think that's weird. And
Girl, we all think it's fucking weird. All right? Don't speak for all of us. We all thought it was weird. I know, Ziggy was there. Dang it, Zig.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
And then he just left Laura alone after all these years.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
every time
he
I say something
did.
about Fred, Ziggy gets really mad. And I'm like, because I don't trust it.
Ziggy gets mad at all of us, Dolly, when we talk about Fred, right? I definitely got my tinfoil hat on now. No kidding, we.
Anybody on the hill. To me, if you was on that hill, you're a suspect. I mean, it's as simple as that. I mean, I ain't saying that you did it, but I'm saying, hey, it's at least worth looking into you and hearing your story.
Well, I wasn't nowhere on that. I mean, I'm just gonna put it out there like this, and I'm being 100. I wasn't on that hill the whole month of June and the half a month of May. I was there maybe the 9th or the 10th of May, and I don't know which one it was because my birthday's on the 11th, and I think my birthday and Mother's Day maybe fell that together that year. If it did, then that means that we was on leap year. So therefore, that was the last time I was on that hill.
I got a question, Dolly.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
But your daughter was on that hill this month and a half that you didn't step foot on the hill. Your daughter was on the hill. Didn't Fred say he's seen Marlena on the hill? I thought Marlena. Yeah, I mean, okay. Whatever.
Go ahead, Ernie. Take over for a minute.
I got a question. You just said that Ziggy was on the hill when
Not
Summer
on the
went
hill.
missing. Okay, go ahead.
Not on the hill. She was in the holler.
Wow.
She was at Fred Hills.
Wow. That's what I said. I'm thinking the same way you are.
I mean, so, there's a lot of people missing this equation. So really, what's Ziggy got to do with all this? Why was she in the holler? This is before Summer even went missing. So why were you in the holler? Or was you in there buying dope? Was you in there secretly, screwing one of them?
See, because I didn't think she knew. I didn't think she knew Fred Hill until after this, and she was sleuthing around in the Summer case.
No. She was there the day, and maybe 2 days before Summer went missing. I think it was like.
How do you know? You just said you hadn't even been on the hill. How do you know that Ziggy was in the holler that day? Inquiring minds want to know. Fred said he saw Rose Bly on the hill too. Yeah, Fred's seen them all. You know what? They were hanging out with the shadow people. Ziggy, were you hooking up with a shadow man? I'm just asking.
1 or 2 days before Summer went missing, but she was in the holler the day that Summer went missing.
Prove it.
Why is Ziggy from way up yonder all the way down here in Beach Creek, Tennessee?
Prove it.
Where is Ziggy even from? Is he from Kentucky?
That's right. Bill Shipley's ex-old lady, Kelly. That's why she was down here, because Kelly was a dope head, and she brought Kelly down here to buy dope off of Fred. And Kelly and Bill Shipley was having problems because that's
a long fucking way to go just to buy some substances. I'm just saying. That's a long way to go.
Bill went to jail, and she put a $25,000 hit on Bill Shipley's head.
Who did?
Kelly and Ziggy did, and he was in Sullivan County Jail at the time. My cousin Bill Shipley, not Billy Benton, Bill Shipley.
Oh, you're Billy Shipley's cousin. Oh, isn't that sweet?
Oh yeah.
So okay, the plot just thickened there.
What in the hell, man? Lord God, I've never heard this. I have never heard
nothing about hits going on and Ziggy being involved.
Welcome to the real world, boys.
Welcome to the real world.
Marlena, she just getting all this attention. Yeah, the shadow people. Heck yeah, Scott. They put them to work. Yeah, that's right, Carrie. They seen everything going on in the holler that day except Summer going missing. Oh, quite the story it is.
Damn.
Wait a minute. Oh God.
I'm sure she's gonna have something to say about this.
So I got a question.
Go on Ron Finds the Truth, and it's an interview with Bill Shipley, and it tells, he's sitting right there telling Ron Finds the Truth that he's got the $25,000 hit on his head, that Kelly and Ziggy knew each other. That's what Ziggy was doing down here, because she was down here by.
You really think that any of these fucking people had $25,000 to pay someone to knock someone else off? I don't think so.
Find dope off of Fred because Kelly couldn't find it nowhere else. Then Bill and Kelly is not divorced; they're still married.
Okay.
Was Don getting anything from Fred, or was it different? Because I know there may be a different choice.
If you can't go to Knoxville, to buy crack all the time, what else are you going to fall back on?
I mean, I don't know. Sometimes them people, that's all they like, I'm going
to get in trouble for saying this, but I'm going to say it anyway. Fred Hill used to hide dope in the Black Ranger in the fucking back fender wheel.
Oh, Fred. Hello, Stephanie. Yeah, they all do got dirt on each other. What the fuck does that have to do with anything? And she's like, I might get in trouble for this. So what? Now, this is called She Said, and now we'll see what Fred says. Right? Public service announcement. if somebody is hiding something, hide means to place something where nobody else can find it. So, Fred, you wasn't hiding it very good because Marlena knew your hiding spot, sir.
Oh, so let me ask you a question. You had talked about Fred earlier, and you stated, I think it was his mother. Was it his mother that used to put girls in the basement or something like that?
She used to practice witchcraft. Every girl was
We already went through all of this.
scared to even go in that holler or near that woman because anybody that his sister or him had down there, they would say they would have to fight their way out because his mom would put him. His mom would put them in a basement and wouldn't let them out.
Okay. So
I would love to see receipts on that. Right? Maybe she was just trying to get Fred a girlfriend. Maybe she was like, please don't leave. Date my son. Please date my son. This is weird.
I got a question for you. Like when you made the statement that his mother.
I bet you money nobody has ever checked Fred's old house, the basement of that house. Because they sold it and it's been abandoned for years.
So let me.
What are they supposed to look for in a house that's been abandoned for years? I mean, what's in the basement? What is in the basement? Fred, when you were driving around with law enforcement, did you take them to your old house so they could look in your basement? I'm just asking. They don't care, little Deb. Are you kidding me? They don't give a crap to give me a lights up. Okay? They don't.
Did y'all not notice that Fred Hill lost 2 uncles in this time of summer? Like within like a month or so after summer went missing, Fred lost 2 of his uncles at the same time, almost.
Okay.
So what is that? Well, let me ask you a question. What was the address that is claimed to be Fred's mom that tortured children? Where was that located?
Okay, let me explain this to you. Okay, if you go by the summer wells, or like you go by her house, go out there and the road splits off. Well, don't take that road that splits off because that goes to somebody's private property. If you go on around through there, once you get around them little couple of S-curves, there's a trailer that sits left up on the hill. It's
Okay,
got a garden, it's all road up.
Would your own Ben Hill road?
It's on Ben Hill.
Okay. So,
Do you know what
so
I'm
the
talking about?
trailer. So we talking about the trailer had a basement in it, or what are we talking about?
The trailer couldn't have a basement in it.
It's got a storm dorm underneath it. Yes, it does.
Are you talking about the one on the hill when you bust a right by the junkyard, or are you talking about if you went straight?
By the junkyard.
Yeah, where the cars are all kind of parked next to Don Wells. Like if you're standing.
Do you guys not think that law enforcement didn't look at that area? Right?
On the hill and you look straight out, you can see where they had like the school bus. But if you look to the right of where the school bus was, there's like a
no. Okay, the one straight up across the hill where.
It's so easy to become a.
It's so easy to become a Marlena believer. For sure. Oh Lord. I've been on here 2 hours. Do you guys want to go for a little while longer? Or, I mean, it's up to you guys. I appreciate you guys who have came into chat. Love having conversations with you guys for sure. Hold on, I'm gonna re-pull my chat back up. Something was happening. I don't know. This interview is so freaking weird. I mean, it is.
Building. There's another barn behind it. All of that property leads around to where Fred used to live in the camper that goes all the way back around to Glenda Hicks.
Okay. I believe I know exactly where you're talking.
Whether it be Don, Candace, whoever it may be. And the problem is, is it all pushes it into something more that's drama. Then it goes around in a circle. Let me ask you a question. Can you tell us more about the suitcase that Dawn was preparing for summer that your daughter had seen, and exactly what type of items were being placed in that? Was it?
See right there, you guys. Can you tell us about the suitcase that Dawn was preparing for his daughter? No one ever said Dawn was packing that suitcase. That wasn't even mentioned. Dawn's name was not even brought up having anything to do with that suitcase until later conversations when Marlena came out on a freaking YouTube channel where her Cash App was put out there. So then all of a sudden, Dawn taking Summer somewhere.
Was it go away items? Did she know anything about that, or just did she see the outside of the suitcase?
No, they were her clothes. My daughter told me they was her clothes. They were putting her clothes in the suitcase.
I did get to ask Marlena what I was wondering. What were you wondering, Scott? What were you wondering? What was your question? I'm curious. I want to know what you asked her. They locked because the basement is actually a storm cellar. It was a trailer with no basement. Yeah, the waterfall. We've heard it all before. Yeah, what did you ask her, Scott? In case because I would love to know. I really would. Yeah, she is. She's a storyteller.
Clothes, her clothes only. Her and Daddy was making a trip only.
Have you ever heard them say anything about them not wanting Summer, them not being too much of a hassle or anything? Did you ever get any vibes that they didn't want Summer?
I mean, what time I was up there? No.
Okay.
I mean, but like I said, Dawn only groomed Josie. He groomed Josie. If Josie got in trouble, he still got to do stuff that the other ones wouldn't get sent to the room for, or get whooped for, or get stuff taken away for, or get, because even Waylon would not talk for the longest time. I got him out of that shell and made him talk to me. He wouldn't talk.
This woman in
Marlena's a hero. How is treating your oldest differently than you do the younger ones considered grooming? Right? I don't.
If Summer could talk, yeah, she could say words. She could say, she talked to my daughter just fine. She talked to me just fine. She told me what she wanted. Summer could talk at this age. She could talk when she went missing. A lot of people said she couldn't, she could.
Yeah, I would think at that age she would be able to talk. Or if not, she's way behind at her age.
And I think it's funny that, Candace told, I think it's on Ernie's. Did you not ask her, did she not hear the scream back in one of your other videos? Back a little while back that you asked her, because she said she wasn't going to be in the drama or whatever. But let me say this. You asked her if she heard the scream. Did you or did you not hear the scream, Candace? And she said that where Jody Sue was on the other side of the mountain, that she would have heard it better than she would have. Okay, wait a minute. You're on top of the hill.
And we also heard that Candace didn't hear the scream because she was looking for Summer. Okay.
Color is narrow, or two.
That was weird. That was true. And I stopped and I said, well, wouldn't Summer there with you when she went missing? Why would there be a scream on the other side? And you're correct on that, because if you look at Dolly, you've been there. You know how Jody Sue's place is on the other.
You guys know how kids are. How do we not know that Summer wasn't very angry about Dawn making her friend go home? And she grabs her little suitcase and she puts clothes in it. And she's like, I'm running away, Daddy, right? I'm not saying that's what happened, right? I'm not saying that's what happened. Not at all. Like I said, Dawn was nowhere in the conversation. at all. Scott, you didn't put down what you asked her. What did you ask her?
The ridge. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah. Because I was out there shooting BB guns with Don Wells, and we were shooting the mailbox.
So on the other side there, well, you have to understand how the mountains and the mountain range, and that's the whole part about this is the mountain ranges. Why would Jody Sue hear the scream better than
Jody Sue
Candace?
didn't hear the scream. Her daughter heard the scream.
All right.
That, you know, somebody has passed away or they've not coming back or whatever. If y'all remember when the news crew did the interview at the church, there was a horse that ran down Beach Creek. You remember that?
I don't remember the horse. I can't say I do.
Remember
What
it?
about you, Ernie?
Go back. It's
I
on News Channel
remember it.
5 or News Channel 11.
What
The
about it?
horse got.
It was a separate story. It was a separate story, I think. I vaguely remember that.
It wasn't
I
a
vaguely
separate
remember.
story.
They were testing about Summer Wells being missing. That it was like 72 hours after she had been gone or 48 hours after she'd been gone. That horse ran down Beach Creek.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what was that assigned to you?
That is like an old sign back in the day that somebody has passed and they are not coming back. That's an
okay.
omen.
Okay. Oh, so you seen this and it made you think of the old, like I would say, a wise tale.
A horse running down the road. I gotta Google that shit. Wives tell. Hold on, I'm Googling it. In Eastern Tennessee. Is that an old wives' tale, Scott, in that area? Scott oh, there he is. What's up, Scott?
Hey, lady, what's going on?
Nothing. Not an order. What
Now,
did you ask her?
I asked her, and you got to go way back, but you'll probably remember, and most people in here because most people in here has been here since day one. In the very beginning of the case, long before Marlena came out, there was stories being told about whoever took Summer took the wrong girl, that
Right.
It was supposed to have been Marlena's.
Right.
Jody Sue Brown has also said early on in the case that she was concerned that maybe it was her daughter, that they
Right.
took Summer instead of her daughter.
Yes.
So I asked
that.
Marlena, I said, you make this claim that Beach Creek has never had a kid go missing, that y'all watch out and don't allow kids to go missing in Beach Creek. So why all of a sudden is two mamas in Beach Creek, the first thing that comes into their mind is if their kid was the one that was supposed to have been took.
Yeah,
Secondly, I asked and I started naming off all kinds of people, Don, Candace, Jose, Fred, everybody. I said, why out of probably 20 some damn adults, ain't none of you all got the same story about anything?
Right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. And the thing about it is, I mean, the way that I always looked at it when Jody Sue said, you know, it maybe it was my daughter. What have you guys done that would make you a target like that?
Well, that was my point exactly. That was what was going through my head, back in the beginning of my case. I was like, geez, oh Pete, all these women worrying about if their kid was if Summer was the wrong one, that their kid was supposed to be the one getting took. What are all these women up to down there?
Right.
Or
I
their
agree.
husbands or boyfriends or what family, whatever the case may be. And second, and like I've mentioned before on other streams to other people, we sit here for 5 years and we've listened to every one of these people, every stinking one of them has got a different story.
Yep.
And she was like, well, people see things differently and everything. And I was like, yeah, 10 people can see a car wreck at a red light, but the cops pretty soon can narrow it down in about 10 minutes on whose fault it was. By asking those 10 people, they're all going to have a little bit different story, but the majority of it's going to be, pretty damn close to
Well,
the same,
and
have similarities in it.
this
This
is
still
where
here we're dealing with, none of them is similar. None of them.
no, and where a lot of the nonsense comes in, like Marlena saying Ziggy was in the holler that day. There has never, throughout all this time. Now, granted, I did hear that somewhere.
Well, Ziggy did come back and she posted. I was up. I came on stream. That stream went to like 4 o'clock this morning, which is way, way past my bedtime. I'm dying over here right now. Anyway, the price you pay for this, but
Yeah.
Ziggy did post photos of plane tickets and her, and I assume it's her daughter, I would imagine that it is. They was on vacation down in Florida on the beach and in the swimming pool and everything like that. And she posted a picture of, I think it was like June 14th was when she left her plane left Indiana and landed in Florida. And then it was like, I don't know, it was, I think maybe June 20th or something when it shows leaving Florida, going back to her home in Indiana. So,
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm pretty
that's
sure.
pretty rock solid proof that she was
I-
not there in June of 2021, which I didn't think she was anyway, but.
Well, I mean, it just kind of, the thing about it is what a lot of this conversation is Marlena repeating stuff she's seen on YouTube. And
Right.
I don't know if you've noticed this, but one thing I always noticed is absolutely the majority of these people, even a lot of them from the area, repeat what they've heard on YouTube.
Absolutely. Yes. Absolutely.
And, it's
Which
like,
we do too,
oh yeah, absolutely.
we can't, try to stand on get up on some high horse that, we don't belong on, because we do too,
Exactly. I don't know. I mean,
it just depends on, what kind of, which area of the Summer Wells community you fall into. Like, for instance, last night, I believe, in 5 years was the very first time that I'd ever been on a panel with Ernie Shell, because I'd just never listened to Ernie Shell and that group of, his group of people. Not saying that there's anything against them or anything like that, because I listen to a lot of different people. I go where I want to. And listen to who I want to. If something's, entertaining or I find it worth listening to, I listen. If I don't, It's just, I change the channel or turn it off. Or
Well, I've
whatever.
always said that too. One thing I've always said, if you're listening to someone and they start being dramatic or, what they're saying is drama based, just skip through that part, because somewhere in that mess may be some information, that may make some sense on something that, you're possibly thinking of,
Exactly.
That's been that way for all these years.
Yeah, I mean, it just, like I said, it's going back to what we were talking about, depending on where you fall in on the Summer Wells community can definitely affect what you hear and when you hear it, because
Right.
it might take time, to travel from, one sector to another sector. And then by the time, you've got, first, second, third, fourth hand accounts, it's like Don told me something, that's first hand account. Don told Candace, then Candace told me, that's second hand account. Then Don told Candace, and then Candace told Grandis, and then Grandis told me, that's third hand account. And then by the time that moves from, say, Ernie's community to your community to Prayer Guardian's community to my community over to Tiffany Marie's community over to Sage's community, you see what I mean?
Right.
There's a whole lot of that old game of telephone.
Mhm. Yeah, definitely.
You tell,
No doubt about it.
by the time it gets passed around and added to and subtracted from and stuff like that,
Well, I think with like the locals, the only thing that gets me is maybe I wouldn't, I like Marlena. I've got questions for Marlena. I haven't listened to every panel she went on yesterday to see if she answers it. But that's like the red van. Somebody in chat mentioned Marlena talking about the red van.
Yeah, she did mention the red van.
That red van was talked about years ago. That the red van was talked about years ago, and I believe there's a picture of Dawn holding, I want to say Summer was a baby, and I believe that red van is in the background or something. So,
Oh,
I
wow,
mean,
okay.
absolutely, there's no doubt Marlena has not, known Candace and them for years.
Right.
She said she knew Dawn first, right? Now she's saying some things that I've never quite heard her say before. I kind of, when the manufactured chaos that her and Lips were doing, I kind of quit listening to what she was saying. It's weird to me, Scott, that she says not only was she surrounded by all these law enforcement agencies, that they took her phone, wiped her phone, and now on my channel, she said they gave her a lie detector test.
Right.
Why would they have needed to give her a lie detector test? That doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, in a way, I could see it, depending on which, I don't think we'll ever really know, depending on how close her and the Wells were, and truly, when was the last time that she was up there?
Okay, but we could have said the same thing about Jody.
Absolutely.
and
And
they
I
didn't
think
get
it, I
Jody
think
one,
that still applies.
right?
I think it applies all the way around from one end of the holler to the next.
Right, right.
From the mouth of Beach Creek to the head of Beach Creek.
Well,
Sullivan
a lot
County
of
and
times
Hawkins County
also,
sides alone.
people will not tell the truth and be pegged as a liar, even through law enforcement. And then when they say something that may be truthful, guess what? Nobody believes what they're saying.
Right.
So, I mean, Fred kind of set himself up that way for sure,
Oh yeah.
you
Yeah.
know, because I tried to explain to people when he showed Ziggy the deer bones at the very beginning, believe me, it was great. I mean, people were eating that shit up. I
Yeah.
knew it wasn't bones that belonged to any human being.
Right.
And, it's like, you don't understand. They're laughing at you, Ziggy. They're laughing at everybody. They think it's funny that they got one over on you, right? I mean, that is just, maybe it's not like that in every holler, but I know my family from the holler, they enjoyed getting over on people that way.
I
They
can
really
even
did.
remember, which I haven't listened to Jody Sue in a long time. I did hear that she's been flipping out here
Oh
recently.
she's going. She
But
is not happy.
before Fred got on YouTube and started, claiming stuff about her and her kids and whatever. I remember there was one stream I was listening to and she was talking about how she thought it was funny or something, how Fred had done that. Because that was just, I can't remember, verbatim exactly what she said, but it was kind of like, that was just kind of the way that Fred was. Fred would, pull pranks and do stuff like that to, try to make people look like a fool. And
well, I even said Don probably was in on that joke.
right. Well, I wouldn't doubt
probably,
that, because we heard Don, we all remember that phone call to Mary that Candace made. I mean, so they're not beyond doing jokes. Some of them are pretty sick, but I'm sure they've done, innocent little pranks, like what. Well,
and this is, I said this to Scott, and it may not make a lot of sense to people, but this is just how I feel about it. People from that area they come out on YouTube. We have heard over and over and over what 110 was like, the way that Don and Candace, their little dirty deeds or whatever. We have continuously heard that. Don and Candace has showed us themselves what type of people they are. And I mean, heard it over and over. Everybody. That's not helping find summer. It's not help find summer. At the end of the day, no matter what they say about Don and Candace, no one has been able to show receipts that they were even being neglectful at all. Now, do I think that? Absolutely. I don't understand why at least they didn't charge Candace with being neglectful. But then again, people need to remember, allegedly, there was a grown woman in her camper on that property. Whether grandma was awake or asleep, there was a grown adult on the property. So even Candace telling the boys to keep an eye on Summer, there was a grown adult on the property. So how can, I mean, you can't really say Candace was neglectful even if she left, because there was an adult left on the property. Does
Right.
that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, it does.
I mean, I could kind of see if they were, you know, Grandma, you fell asleep, you know, you're neglectful or whatever. But absolutely, if there's a grown adult on that property, Candace could have did whatever she wanted to. And it would have been like, yeah, I left, but my mom was watching all the kids.
Right.
And I don't remember exactly how old the oldest one was. I don't know in Tennessee. I can't remember what that, you know, age limit was to be able to watch your siblings or what. But yeah. So where's any of these charges? Yes, Don Wells is an admitted freaking PDF, no doubt about it. But there are no receipts anywhere showing he did anything like that to Summer. They're just not there. Now, let me ask you this, Scott. What do you think that they were looking for when they searched that property over and over and over again?
Oh, Lord. I don't know, really, to be honest. I mean, I'm sure that, you know, them getting the phones and everything, you know, for messages or phone calls or things like that, you know, GPS coordinates, you know, to see where the phone has been and where it hadn't been and things like that.
Yeah,
And
I mean, we
the
know.
TV.
Well, see, that's what they took the first time, supposedly.
Right.
But Dawn and Candace said they came back numerous times.
Yeah, 11 times is what they claim.
So
I don't know, you know, what they could have, because from the start, you know, the FBI card team said that there was no sign of abduction. Now, that doesn't mean that there was an abduction.
Right.
But it just says there's no sign of one. So, you know, I don't know. I mean.
And that's kind of weird too, when they state that her scent ended down on the road. And, you know, that right there in itself kind of does tell you somehow she had to have been picked up and moved. So if it wasn't an abduction, that would mean that whoever took her, the parent or parents or grandmother, would very much be aware of who took her and moved her out of that area. Does that make sense?
Right.
For sure.
And, you know, that's kind of where my latest and longest theory, I guess, is knowing the type of people that frequented not only the Wells, but the majority. Well, I mean, we've learned, and Marlena even said it last night, you know, everybody down there has some kind of hang up with something. And it's in there, but, you know, she says, because Dolly asked her something, you know, about, you know, what Don liked to do versus what Fred liked to do. And she was like, well, you know, if every drug head knows a drug head, so if one person ain't got something, they, you go somewhere else to get another form of it just so you can get high, get some kind of a high or whatever. And, that place has shown us that, that's the kind of people we're dealing with. Well, when you got that type of people, and we know some of them firsthand have been called and do have criminal records. The other ones haven't been caught yet. So
Sorry,
I
my mic
figure
messed up. Give me
with the
just a
type of
second.
people that frequent that area and are in and out, I think that one of them saw a crime of opportunity and took it. But it's very possible that Summer walked down to the end of the driveway and some creep was driving by for whatever reason and snatched her up. You still there? Are you muted? Well, I don't know where she went.
I'm here. My mic messed up.
Oh, okay.
I had to fix it.
Okay.
Sorry. Crazy. It's all crazy, Scott.
It is. And now back to what you were saying about Candace being neglectful and everything. It is not against the law to let your 5-year-old play in their yard.
Right.
There's no law against that. But Ronnie Lawson did say he feels like that maybe Candace, considering how active Summer was, could have kept a closer eye on her.
Absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
he also added in and the boys.
Right. Yeah, he did.
So
He absolutely did.
we don't know. Now we heard from Jose that one of the boys, I guess the least one, Waylon, had got lost one time, and I think
Right.
so we don't know the full extent of, and they're not going to tell us, oh, we've lost our kids 27 times, but we always
Right.
found them. They're not ever going to say that.
Well, I figured, I just kind of took that as when I heard the way that, Hunter claimed when Candace called him, and he's like, if that's true, you need to call Allie. And then the way that Robin Lane, of course, talked about, the way that she figured they was going to find Summer. She was expecting, she didn't think it was as serious as it was.
Yeah.
Until she got out there.
Yeah.
So, I just took that as probably many times Candace is maybe drinking or, smoking her marijuana or whatever. And she just maybe passes out for a little bit and wakes up and her kids ain't in the house. And so she needs to start looking for them.
Right.
So, but I think it's the fact too that with me and listening to the way that Dawn and Candace and Grandma, the way that they were speaking on Candace as a mother, it was like they were trying to make it where she was a great mother, a helicopter mom, you know, and
Right.
and it to me, I'm like, be honest about what kind of mother you are. None of us are perfect parents. None of us.
Right.
And I think that to me, her doing that, I do know that her boys were still home at the time. So I think a lot of what was said and how it was said there in the beginning was because of the boys being at home. What really was weird to me was the first time that Don and Candace went to court over the boys. And Don came out ready to talk to the news and says, Candace is really upset over the boys. And I thought, all right, this is just too odd. Are you not upset over the boys?
Right.
I mean, right away he came out of the courthouse and talked to that reporter. Yeah, we lost the boys and Candace is really upset. And then we also watched Candace at one point. It seemed like that she was going to make that leap of faith with a couple of friends who were really trying to be her friend and help her. Kathy took her. She seen the boys. I honestly thought, Scott, that she was going to be a mother. She was going to do what she needed to do for her boys and to keep her boys.
Is that when she was talking about leaving Dawn and getting that house and everything?
Yeah, remember the King's house in Kingsport?
Yeah, yeah.
She was talking about buying a house in Kingsport.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it wasn't that people weren't putting forth an effort to help her, achieve these goals, and then Dawn gets out of jail, and well, I do have to say, it probably did break her heart when the boys said they didn't want to come back home. If that's true, what she said, and the boys told her they didn't want to come back home, I'm sure that had to have affected her, even if she wasn't a great mother and she was neglectful. I'm sure that that really, really had to have hit her emotions pretty deeply, I'll say.
Right.
Sure. But see, this is the thing. She's always on social media. I have seen her cry more and be more upset with YouTubers and, YouTubers saying this and this friend stabbing me in the back. And for 5 years, I've seen her more concerned and crying more over, things like that than Summer being gone. Now, I don't know Candace. I've never talked to her. So I'm sure that behind the scenes, she probably is emotional. But
Right.
it's like, come on now, right? Come on. Let's take that energy and use it for Summer, and not that's like when the Hatfield and McCoy people went up there. She immediately wanted to call out Ernie Shell. And Scott, this is the way I feel about that. I think we all sat and watched it. She allowed Ernie into her life. She allowed Ernie to, come to 110 Ben Hill Road, whether he had been there years before, knew Don years before. I don't know. It was weird to me that Ernie was on this. Tell me, Candace, how Don and Benny knew each other before Summer went missing. And the question should have been Candace asking Ernie, how did you know Don before Summer went missing?
Oh, okay.
So, and, you know, not really knowing whether to believe Ernie or not, he said he knew Don years before. Ernie knows the area. Ernie knows a lot. Ernie will talk about absolutely knowing where all of the nefarious places are, the trafficking areas, the motels. You know, Ernie, he knows it all. He knows it all. You know, he's been there long enough that I think he absolutely knows people from that area. I think he absolutely does.
Oh, I wouldn't doubt it.
I mean, he lived in Churchill at one point. He lived
I
in
have
Churchill at one
heard
point,
that.
so yeah.
Mostly what I've ever got from Ernie, like I said, you know, I never watched him until, you know, last night, you know.
Right.
But I have seen, you know, clips of him, like, you know, that there's that clip of when he's talking to Candace and sounds like she's throwing up and stuff.
Yeah.
And then there's a clip of that one, you know, it gets played a lot where she says, you know, give me 2 days and, you know, we'll go live and I'll tell you everything.
Right.
And
Well,
I'm sure there's more, you know, out there, but, you know, you got to be, you know, I know how clip channels work. You know, it's
right.
no different than the news reporters. You know,
Oh yeah. I mean, a lot of times
they interview people and then they cut out what they need, throw it on the cutting room floor, you know, to make the story interesting.
Yeah, they did that. I remember when WJHL did that with Grandma's interview, and I was like, why did you cut it into 2 different parts? You know, I would have loved to have heard just a whole interview without, you know, it being broken into 2 different parts for sure. But see, one thing that always got me was the fact that what transpired with Benny, okay? So Benny is at the area. He is helping them. There are some cameras and stuff put up. Well, Benny goes home and Don goes to jail, and Don says, stay away from Benny Keys, is what he's telling Candace, right? So Benny is in a totally different state, and they start accusing him of shit, right? Oh, they said you wanted Don's social security number. They said that the access to the cameras, that you had them hooked up to your phone, and you know, if they go off, it's going to come to your. It was just bullshit, in my opinion, is what that was.
Right.
But then you have Ernie, and Ernie does know the area. Absolutely is coming and canoodling with Candace or whatever. And Dawn, as far as I know, did not tell her to stay away from Ernie. Right? But Ernie's in the area. So Ernie starts coming on YouTube and talking about, you know, he went up on the hill and him and Candace were doing inappropriate things and, you know, all that kind of stuff. Well, then Candace is upset and starts saying something about Ernie when the Hatfield McCoy people were up there, literally crying. And this is what I took from that. Dawn probably wasn't very happy. that he was not, how, Ernie saying that stuff. Don wasn't at home. Don was in jail.
Right.
So Don started to make the comment about, Ernie coming up there in the middle of the night. And, it's weird to me. I feel like Candace told him he could bring her a pizza up there. I mean, that was just weird to me that, Ernie would show up there in the middle of the night with a pizza for Candace. And then when he gets up there, she, don't want to come to the door or talk to him or anything. So, I mean, that it's all just really, I just think Candace's concern isn't even the fact that Ernie's talking about Summer being at the, Morrison Cemetery or anything like that. I think that it probably caused a big fight in between her and Don. Ernie saying that stuff.
Yeah, very, very possible. Yeah.
Could have just caused a lot of drama going on there. And so, because I don't see why. My thing is, if people truly believe that is a place where she might be, call the right authorities. You can't just, you have to have a judge sign off to exhume a body, period.
Yeah, you just can't exhume somebody on a hunch. You've got to, because that's.
And it doesn't matter.
That's a pretty serious undertaking there,
I mean, if the family says it's okay to do it, they still have to go through a judge. I don't know how they can just go in there and dig somebody up, just because they have an inkling that, there's another body in the site itself.
Right.
So, and Scott, after 5 fucking years, people need to quit talking about it and do it. Because how many times, and I'm not just saying Ernie, how many people have we seen that have said, oh, we're going to go to Beach Creek and we're going to look here and we're going to fly this drone and we're going to do this and we're going to do that. And, and I always say, I don't care about the money, but we watch these people get money from, and a lot of these people are elderly. A lot of women in Summer's community a lot of them are elderly women, and they want her found. They want her found. And some of them are on a fixed income, and they have faith in these people who say they are going to do these things and they're going to find her, and and they put their heart and soul into these individuals who say that they're going to do these things. And it's sad when you see nothing but disappointment to these people.
Right.
Just disappointing. Very disappointing.
Well, I think, there's and I'm not gonna, I don't mean this it's probably gonna come off sounding disrespectful. I don't mean it to be, but I guess what I'm trying to say is be cautious, because there are some people, and I know back when I had my channel, how you go into your studio
Yeah,
and it'll tell you, you know, all the demographic, who's watching your channel and stuff.
exactly.
At one time, which, you know, since I haven't been live in forever, you know, there's been a lot of people unsubscribe, which is fine. You know, when I was doing YouTube, I said pretty much what I had to say about everything I had something to say about.
Right.
And I was pretty well done. Now, occasionally, you know, I like coming up and talking to you, or, you know, like last night, you know, if there's somebody I want to ask a question to, if they're willing to allow me to,
Right.
you know. But as far as having a channel, you know, I don't really have that interest anymore. If I did, it would be a different topic. But at one time, I had a little over 8,000 subscribers, which is not a big channel, but 8,000 of anything is a lot, you know.
Yeah.
98% of that 8,000 people were females
Right.
between the ages of 45 and 75.
Right.
The majority of those were between 55 and 75.
Right.
Which is great. You know, because I'm 56 years old, you know, so I was getting the audience that, you know, I enjoyed having.
Right.
Because, you know, they were my age group. We all grew up basically about the same, you know, as far as, you know, like time periods, you know, most of us were born in the 60s or 70s and, you know, went to high school in the same age. And, you know, we've seen the world changes that have went on, you know, so we understand each other, you know, so.
Right.
But some people, I agree with you, you know, they go all in, you know, hook, line, and sinker. And there are a lot of people, you know, and myself included, you know, I'm on disability, you know, and I would hate to think, you know, and I fear a lot of people do, you know, they get wrapped up in it.
Yeah.
And maybe they extend themselves, you know, financially, maybe a little bit more than what's healthy for their own financial situation.
Right. Right.
You know, now, I don't know. I hear people talk about it. You know, I don't know any people personally that have done that, or
Right.
If they've done it, I'm not aware that they've done it. I'll say that.
Right.
But I don't talk to people outside of YouTube in my private life.
Well, I have to say, I know
Except
people, you know, I know.
Four people that were moderators from the beginning of my channel. We have a little Discord group. I mean, it's
Right.
really exciting. I mean, there's 5 of us, you know, it's a big booming thing, you know, but we enjoy talk, but we talk more about more stuff than
Right.
Summer Wells. You know, we talk about different cases, and then we'll talk about, you know, things that are going on in the news, and, you know, music and things like that.
Right.
Again, going back to the time period, you know, Ozzy Osbourne passed away not long ago.
Right.
You know, which that
We
was a
just
big
had a
thing.
death this morning. Did you hear about, what is her name? She passed away. She was a freaking
That 36-year-old lady.
yes.
Yeah.
I can't remember. Dang, I can't remember what her name. Peyton, was it
Hayden. I can't say her
Peyton,
last name.
Panetera or something like that?
Yeah.
Hayden Panetera. Yes, 36 years old. And
E!
passed
News,
away.
Entertainment News put out, I just posted this a little while ago in our group, because one of the girls, I didn't even know who this lady was, but one of the girls in the Discord posted that she had passed away, and it said that they had no foul play is expected.
Right.
They had the 911 and it was an apparent overdose and cardiac arrest.
Yeah, it's really sad because she had previously had alcohol problems and she suffered from depression and things like that.
I think
So it was
postpartum too.
really sad for her age to see that happen to her. But that's a great example of people looked at her as a star, right?
Right.
They looked at her as a star. You automatically, if people are actors or, stars or starlets, whatever, you automatically assume that these people have money. And when you believe someone has money, a lot of people think you ain't got no problems because you got money. And that is far from the truth. Far from the truth. And so, yeah, it was sad because I seen an interview a while back with her saying, that she definitely had alcohol problems and she had a daughter when she's got a daughter, and it's just so sad.
Yeah, it is.
It's so sad. So, I mean, I don't know. I think you and I would both do anything for Summer to be found safe and sound. But you knew the area. You went to high school with people from the area. Being in that environment, of the area, people in the area or whatever. You've known people for years. I don't know people from the area, so I've always had to, even though I can relate to the economics of the area. Like I said, I had family who actually lived in Hazard, Kentucky. They lived in a holler in Hazard, Kentucky.
Okay.
And so, I can kind of in my mind, and from different images, videos, and everything else, people going through that area and showing us exactly what it looks like and things like that. But I've never personally been there. I've never, and it's weird because I've always said I don't think I need to go there. I don't think I need to go there. And all the YouTubers in the beginning that were going there, we watched Justin and Betty and Molly and Olivia and, go to that area. For what purpose? They did nothing to help find Summer, but they all made a pretty penny off of it for sure. There were creators that every year, every year, Summer's Vigil, I'm going to the vigil. People would give them whatever they needed to go. And at the last minute, they'd be like, oh, yeah, I can't go. And I'm like, but you've just spent a month raising all this money to go. People are paying you so you can go and basically pay your respects for them. That was the whole purpose of it. Go and pay your respects for these people who are, trying to help you go there for them. And at the last minute, they would be like, I can't go. So, and I've seen many, many of them doing that.
Absolutely.
Many.
Now,
Yeah.
I am glad, that people, and there's probably people that we don't even know about, just subscribers or whatever, that have came here to visit or whatever and see it for themselves and everything. See, that was my main reason of really even agreeing to do the channel with Penny
Right.
is because I watched, which I probably told you this before, I was watching people, for instance, like you. You're in Indiana.
Right.
I don't know where in Indiana, but Indiana, however you look at it, is a pretty good stretch away from Northeast Tennessee.
Absolutely.
So, and there was a lot of people, and I could tell, they're city folk. They had no idea what Appalachia,
Exactly.
Northeast Tennessee was about.
Exactly.
That's why I pulled up all the maps and explained things, what a holler was and, everything like that. And
yes, and I love the way that you described how some of these families, how they would, be intertwined. And okay, I think the way you described it was really interesting. Let me see if I can remember how you described it. So, an individual might marry a woman and they may have a child or two. They may end up divorced. And it's sometimes not a second thought when the divorced female marry, her ex-husband's brother, cousin, uncle, that happens, right? Did I say that right?
You can have a stepdad and an uncle, and it's the same person.
Right. Right.
Just like you can have a cousin and a stepbrother, and they're the same person.
Right. What did you feel? Let me ask you this while I got you up here. I don't think I've ever even discussed this with you. When Chase mentioned the grandma being a hero and Summer was in Indiana. What the fuck was that all about?
That goes way back there, don't it?
Way, way back.
Way back, yeah.
I couldn't figure out the number one. I questioned who told him that to start with.
Right.
That's what I was very questionable to me. Because it was just, that was so weird.
Yeah.
For that just to be put out there the way that it was just so odd to me.
Right. Yeah, that was, I was a lot of, probably as unaware of that as most people were. I think Tiffany, if I can remember right, Tiffany played a little short clip before the whole conversation that has been a long, long time ago.
Yeah, I believe he said it to her.
I might have to study on that for a little bit and remember everything because I don't want to misspeak because it is important.
No, she did put it out. She was the one.
I hadn't thought about that, and golly,
he was talking to her and he told her that. So yeah, it definitely came from Tiffany Marie for sure.
Right,
It did. I just couldn't, and it's not even the fact that he said the story. It was like, who would have told you something like that?
Right, exactly, yeah.
You just don't know because, there were so many. I don't even know how Chase got involved to start with. So,
that girl right there may be very well right. She says, I think he made it up to impress Tiffany Marie.
Well, yeah, but I couldn't figure out why he said Indiana. That would have been
Indiana, right?
Yeah, that would have been the last place that, I would have thought would have been mentioned, period. Now I do know that
it is about Indiana, but daggone, if Ziggy ain't from Indiana and Alfred's up in Indiana and they claim they've got people that's wrapped up in the Summer Wells case up in Indiana.
Isn't that weird?
You're up in Indiana. The thing with Chase, which, like I said, I hadn't thought about that in years. That was Indiana. What do y'all
Yeah.
got going on up there in Indiana?
I don't know, but you know what I told people? Let me know what the hell you're looking for in Indiana, and I'll go try to help you find it.
Yeah, I heard you say that. Yeah.
You know, I don't mind going. I do know that when I checked into like Clyda, you know, she's got people whose names are, you know, associated with Indiana. You got Randy Clark and Brandon Clark. You know, he was associated with Indiana. So there are names that have been mentioned that in some way, shape, or form have a connection to Indiana. Now, not my town, but
Right.
you know, and then the town Ziggy and Fred live in, they're like, let's see, that's like 45 minutes from me. So believe me, I don't know them. Ain't never met them. I have no desire to go where they live, believe me, but
Right.
you know, but
I've never been to Indiana. I know that I've seen on the news that part of Indiana has had some really bad floods.
oh, it's bad.
Recently.
It is bad, Scott.
I
It
know
is
where
really
the state is. I know the capital is Indianapolis, and I know the shape of it, but that's really, I mean, that's about all I know of Indiana.
I don't think so, J-Dub. I don't think that her brother lives in Indiana. I thought it was Illinois. I thought he lived in Illinois for sure. Well, I don't know, Deb, that a lot of people quit talking about summer because of the cash apps. I know with me, and this is just me being honest, I just had tried so hard to put out the best content and try to put out the best information that I could about summer without getting into the drama, without trying to make stuff up. And I started to really get frustrated. And you do get frustrated when you see creators talking about her head being in a box and shit, and these people are making bank, and you're sitting there and you want so bad to, you know, try to put out the best information you can, and you're struggling to even pay a bill, and you see it is that's just being honest. It can get very frustrating. It absolutely can. It can just, you know, it can really lead to depression sometimes. Now with me, I always, you know, I really didn't care about making money or not. But after Todd died and I was struggling so bad, that is when I started feeling really flustered with it, you know. I'm like, I've been pouring my heart and soul out and, you know, putting out stuff that, and just trying to do right by Summer's name. And yeah, I went through I got really depressed after Todd died, and not knowing how I was going to pay bills that he always took care of. And, you know, they were my bills to take care of. And, you know, it got to be really overwhelming for me. It really did. So,
I wouldn't
I mean,
have a problem at all if you, I mean, I've heard you on a couple of occasions. Now you do what you want, you know, don't take my advice. You know, you do what you want because, you know, your heart will lead you to do whatever you want to do. I would have no problem with you monetizing every stream that you did. But I feel
yeah,
that's I feel that way about everybody that has
Right.
a YouTube channel and meets their requirements.
Right.
Where it comes down to is this, and this is just the way that I look at it. I'm not saying, I'm not going to listen to this person or that person because of this or that.
Right.
YouTube is a platform where you can earn money. And a lot of people, myself included, now, like I said, I don't do a YouTube channel now. But when I did, I was monetized because I met the requirements to do it. Like you, well, I didn't have a loved one pass away, but like you, financially, I was going through some hard things, with the disability and, new
Right.
medications this week, and then another new medication next week, and then a test here, and then a trip to Vanderbilt, which for me, that's halfway across the state of Tennessee, that's like 5 hours away, so it's
Right.
not like hop, skip, and a jump. And, so there's a lot of people that can benefit from the extra income. And
Right.
YouTube is going to make their part of it anyway. Now, where it comes down to is just like anything else in life, whether you're an employee at a regular job. Let's say you're just, a young kid starting out in life, and you work at, let's say a gas station or a fast food place, or you bag groceries, or you run the cash register at a grocery store.
Right.
Where your morals lie, you may come into work and work your full shift, but if you're stealing money out of the cash register, then your morals ain't in the right place. That's kind of the way that I look at YouTube. If you get monetized, but you use clickbait titles and make up things like Summer's head in a box and things like that, to me, that's disgusting. But unfortunately, there are some people out there that like that type of thing. Who are we to say what one person can earn money for doing it this way, but another one can't earn money for doing it that way? Well,
Right.
that goes back to what I was saying, when we first started chatting today, is if you don't like it, change the channel or turn it off.
Exactly.
You don't have to
Exactly.
click on it, and then they don't get that view, and YouTube doesn't pay them that part of that ad revenue.
That's right. Well,
And
and
that's what
also
you can
people
do
need
for
to
yourself.
people
But
need to realize too, and I just use that an example, Somerset being in a box, just because that's one of the worst things I think I've heard. Well, maybe not. There's been a lot of bad things said, but
there's
that's a
been a
great
lot of
example,
wrong stuff
Summer's
said.
head being in the box. But yeah, you're absolutely right. To each their own. Everybody's a grown adult. Watch who you want to watch. Don't watch who you don't want to watch. Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I don't and this is probably, I don't know if this is a good thing on my part or not, but you know, even some channels, I am sub to them. I may not watch them, but I am sub to them. A lot of channels that started with talking about Summer Wells, I'm still sub to those channels. I may not watch them, but I'm still sub to them, whether they're putting out things that that I like or not. It's
Sure,
the fact that no matter what, they're still keeping Summer's name out there.
sure.
Still keeping her name out there. And I even kind of
I kind of go back and forth on that. Like, well, for instance, like last night, Dolly, um, I had to subscribe and wait 5 minutes
to be able to chat.
Before I could chat in the chat, to ask Dolly if I could get a link to come up and ask a couple of questions.
Right.
Because, you know, and again, that goes back to Dolly is free to do whatever Dolly chooses to do.
Right.
But there are some things that Dolly has done that don't appeal to me. So I don't watch it. Now I went over there last night because where he was getting so many views, it popped up on my home screen.
Right.
And then I saw that Marlena was on there. And I was like, I wonder if I could get an opportunity to ask those questions, you know, yesterday when I was in the chat on your live stream yesterday.
Right.
You know, I said I'd go live if I could.
I wish
Oh,
she would have came
Marlena.
over to your channel. I do. I wish she would have came over to your channel and had a conversation with you. Because see what we've seen is what I've seen with Marlena, they and Ernie especially, they tend to want to go for the channels that, you know, have the sub count. Absolutely have the sub count. I mean, you know, that some people don't realize that, but you know, I think I've been around, you've been around long enough. We kind of know when, you know, the conversation is going to be led over to, you know, individuals with a higher sub count for sure. And so that didn't surprise me about Dolly. Now, Crystal,
Well, in a way, it makes sense because if you're truly trying to get a message out there, and there's a chat that has 10 people in it, or a chat that has 1,000 people in it, you know, I could see how somebody would think, well, if I go here, maybe I won't have to repeat myself as often because more people are going to hear what I got to say.
Or you can look at it
Where
that
if I'm hitting 10 people at a time, you know, it'll take me forever. And
right.
you know,
Or
now I don't know if that's the case, if that even makes any sense.
Or you can look at it that, you know, that you know, the person would know to do that because it's going to benefit them on their channel. Because what happens is, you know, like I'll just use Dolly and Ernie as an example. Ernie knows that Dolly's people that may not be sub to him, seeing him up there, that's going to give them the idea of, okay, well, let's go sub to Ernie. And look, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that at all.
Not if you're
that's just the way they work, you know. Sometimes that's just the way it goes.
Well, I mean, if that's your path that you've chosen to be a social media, you know, social media as your job, then yeah, of course you're going to try to attract as many people as you can, because that's how you pay your bills, you know.
Well, that's the thing that's different with me because I don't go out onto the streets. I mean, of course I go and I'll watch things and commentate on them or whatever. But I very seldom will go into a chat. One thing that just irks the shit out of me is if I go into a chat and I'm trying to enjoy the creator, you know, enjoy the people in chat, and there's always one fucking person that has to, oh, you hurt my feelings 5 years ago. Oh, you did this to me. And it's like, that's not why I go into chats. So, you know, don't call me out in somebody else's chat. Come to my channel and do it. Right? Don't waste my time when I'm having fun. You know, that shit drives me crazy. But no, I've never been like that. I've never been the type of person that goes out here and goes around and tries to get attention for myself. I've just never been that way. I never have. I don't know. That's just me. But absolutely, when you're a YouTube creator and that is how you make your money, that's what happens. You're going to go around. You're going to go into people's chats. You're going to make sure that, people know who you are. You pretty much have to kind of try to sell yourself a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely.
But with me, I don't know. I'm just the type of person. I have my struggles, but I know a lot of other people have their struggles too. And my struggles are not any more important than the struggles that other people are having too. And that's just the way I am. I've always been like that. I've always said a victim of something. A lot of us are victims of a lot of different things. So what might have happened to you may be different than what happened to me, but it doesn't mean that, my trauma or victimhood is better than yours. Does that make sense?
Yeah, right.
I just, I'm just not that type of person. I don't like to do that. For sure.
Well, I've never been, I guess, what you would call a wealthy person or even known wealth, so I kind of developed I was raised that way, and it stuck with me. Now I was an idiot in, my early 20s, my teenage years and early 20s and stuff, like most people are, I was probably an idiot a whole lot longer than that, but I always tried to make sure that, I kept a little back when I could.
Right.
Roll it up and put it in a mason jar and bury it in the backyard, or stick it in the sock drawer, or, whatever. So,
What got me too, Scott, that I seen a lot of was some people wanted so bad to discredit some people just because they talked about the Summer Wells case. And, it got to be where, it was getting really bad how the smaller channels, a lot of the bigger channels would go after them and discredit them and, say all kinds of shit about them. And only because they were talking about Summer. And I haven't seen so much of that happening in the last couple years, but man, when at the beginning, it was crazy.
Yeah, there's some pretty vicious people out there, I guess you could say, when it comes to that stuff.
Well, I think with this Marlena stuff, though, Scott,
it's got plumb out of hand now. I don't know if you pay attention to all the lawsuits that's going on. Of course, Ziegler and Six Up, but I mean, there's,
oh man,
Queen Bee and Bullhorn Betty and Granny's Watching and Brittany J. And I mean, and I'm going to say this honestly. Now, I got into some feuds, back when I had my channel and stuff like that. But I've got to say that I never struck one single person, and my channel never got struck.
No, I've never struck anybody either.
And that says a lot, about
I
even
re,
even
I
though
re, I
you might not get
reported,
along with somebody, if you can fight and feud with them and even get pretty nasty with them,
right,
or them getting pretty nasty towards you, whatever the case, however it
right,
unwinds,
right,
and not, go after uh, their channel, like you said, attack them and try to take them
right.
down and stuff like that.
Yeah,
But
I
man,
don't,
these
yeah,
streets went plumb crazy right now with the
well, I mean, I don't strike people. I don't really, it's not a big deal to me. I don't hide who I am. A lot of people will strike creators because once you do that, you have to give them, your information, your real name and address and different things like that.
right.
I only reported one time, I think, and that was when someone wanted to put my real name, first and last name, in the title of their video. And I asked them to take my name off of there. Well, then they thought they were going to be smart and put out another video. They put out videos of my home, all kinds of stuff. But it was a fact. Take my last name off of that shit. I don't care what you do. Don't put my freaking name, my full government name, on your bullshit videos. Now, Ernie thought he was being cool and he called me out by my government name. And I was like, fuck you, Ernie. Fuck you. I'm not a criminal. I ain't got nothing to hide. I don't give a shit. You're behind in the times. My name's been out there from the beginning because I've never had to hide who I am. I've never hid who I am. So, I mean, I ain't got nothing to hide. So, but that's the things that they do. That is just the things that they do. Some people feel like they got to be, nasty to other people. Um, you know, are you hiding 350? Okay, then. Thank you for the jewels.
You imagine
So
being related to people like that? Of course, you may be. Some people, you can't choose the family that you're born into, but
right,
thank goodness my family's always been kind of peaceful, and I make decisions on who my friends are. So
right,
I
right.
usually stay as far away from that kind of stuff as what I can. But yeah, like you said, when you come on here, it's kind of like free game to some people.
Yeah, yeah. And one thing, and I'm a human being, and I get shitty sometimes, absolutely, but I try not to even respond to it. I try not to respond to it because the more you respond to it, they are very happy when they do and talk mad shit about you, tell lies about you. All they want you to do is defend yourself. Because
Right,
once you defend yourself towards their bullshit, they use that as content.
right,
They use it as content.
right.
So I'm not into being, you know, a bunch of hateful fucking people's content. So thank you again, 350, for sure. So it's just, I don't know. I mean, it's just craziness, craziness.
It's
But they,
definitely a different experience than what I ever imagined it would be when I very first started 5 years ago.
oh, I can imagine.
That's for
I can
sure.
imagine. Well, it was just ridiculous because, like I said, you would, absolutely try to put out really good information about the area and things like that. and all of a sudden you're being attacked. Your character's being attacked. Your whole life. They just will attack.
Right.
And you know, and I'm like, for what fucking purpose? Why? But they don't have an answer. The majority of them don't have an answer for it. So, I mean, for sure. But I absolutely would have loved if Marlena would have come up on your panel. Cause see, look, Dolly for sure asked some good questions, but I don't know.
He did. Yeah.
I think you could have rocked off some good questions too, you know, especially.
I'm not going to say that it's beyond me doing, you know, because, you know, you never know. I learned with all this health stuff and
Right.
stuff that goes on is sometimes it's not best to make plans.
Right. Yeah,
on what
definitely. I
you're
know
going
what
to do
you're
or not
saying.
do, you know, because situations can change, you know.
Well, that's why, you know,
But
I've
it's
had,
hard to say, you know, somebody might, you know, say something else, you know, and that'll
right,
pop another question into my head, and I'm gonna be like, hey,
right,
now I want to ask this, you know.
right.
But
Well, I mean, I am not gonna, you know, I'm not the person who's gonna sit over here and call Marlena a liar on what she's saying. I mean, I think, and I have seen
well, that's
inconsistencies in
kind of
what
what
she's
she came back
saying.
at me with. Is she was like, "Are you saying I'm a liar?" And I said, "No, I'm not. What I am saying is, out of 20 people that can't tell even a similar story to any of the other 20, somebody has got to be not telling the truth."
Well, and this is the thing. They all want to tell these stories, but they will all say, I wasn't there that day. Right? Okay, well, how are you telling these stories if you wasn't there that day? That means that what you're repeating is hearsay. And like just in the little bit of that conversation I played where she's talking to Dolly, a lot of what she was saying was what she heard on YouTube. What
Right.
she heard on YouTube. And I'm sorry, Scott, but I don't give a shit if somebody in a different country wants to send somebody in the area pictures of their tits. Who cares? I
Right.
mean, for real, who cares? That shit, I'm like, okay, well, the guy needs, if he's 80 years old, like Marlena said, you know, he needs to enjoy the pictures of her tits. Who fucking knows? If the guy's 80 years old, how in the fuck is he going to run around and find out where Marlena is? How's he going to know about Summer?
Right.
I mean, make sense. And then, you know, I be honest with you, I enjoyed Find Ryan's Truth when him and Andy were driving around together. And Andy talking about, you know, all the different side roads and things like that. But in the back of my mind, one thing I always remembered, and not saying this about Ryan, but these people are persons of interest. Even though Marlena says she was surrounded, and I believe if people go back and listen to that conversation, she was actually in a tent. She was like in a homeless encampment, if I remember correctly. And so they probably thought they had to come in there, you know, with more than one or two law enforcement vehicles or whatever.
Oh, okay.
You know, especially if, and see, that was weird to me because they don't know what happened to Summer, but yet Marlena talks to Candace, and all of a sudden, she hangs up, and law enforcement is there immediately, she said, surrounding them. So, you know, they also, Dawn said Dudley took her. They went to Dudley's father's house.
Right. Yeah.
Dudley didn't say that they pulled in there 20 deep. Dudley just said a couple of, what was it, FBI or something, came to his dad's house, was looking for him. They were so concerned about that, I don't even think they went and talked to Dudley till the next day. Until the next day. So, you know, Marlena having them come in 20 deep on her, taking her, questioning her, taking her phone. You know, there has to be more to that. I'm sorry, but there has to be more to that. There just does. It doesn't make any sense. And to give her a lie detector test.
Right.
You know,
Right. Yeah.
There's just got to be more to that. So
Well, again, you know, like we were saying, it depends on what the true extent of these people's relationship was. Because if you remember in the beginning, none of them knew nobody. And now as things have unfolded, you know, over 5 years, we find out not only does everybody know everybody else, but most of them are kin to everybody.
that's right.
But when it very first started, it was like, you know, no, I don't know that person. I don't know that person. And then somebody will come out with something that proves that they do know them, you know, and then they have to answer up for it. And you find out then that their relationship, you know, goes much, much deeper, you know, that they've actually known each other for years, and they've actually, you know, been feuding for years, or they've actually been somebody's dope dealer for years, or, you
And
know.
see, that's a key word right there too, Scott, is the feuding part. And I've said this from day one when I started my channel. There are some of these locals that have been feuding with each other, feuding with each other's families for years.
Yes, ma'am.
4 years.
Yes, ma'am. You got it.
And a child goes missing, and granted, I'm not going to say that they started their channels just to fight with the other locals or whatever, you know, but they learned very quickly that YouTube word gets around on social media, and, you know, so you had people bickering back and forth over shit that happened in the family 20 years before. So you always had to, I always told people, you have to separate that. You have to separate that from what actually happened that day. What actually happened that day. But we have seen so many of them, they don't know each other, then they know each other. They wasn't there the day Summer went missing. They wasn't in the area the day Summer went missing, but they can tell you all about the day Summer went missing, who was in the holler, who wasn't in the holler. You know, they can tell you all of that stuff. You know, it's just, it's crazy. It is just crazy.
Yeah, somebody said that, and I've heard several people say it, you know, throughout the years, is everybody in Beach Creek knows everything about what happened on June 15th, except where Summer is.
Yep. Exactly. Exactly. And, you know, yeah, they're gonna.
I don't know if I'm entirely convinced of that, because, you know, I think there's people down there that do know.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Summer just didn't disappear.
Yeah.
Somebody has to know something.
You'll never convince me otherwise.
And the problem is a lot of them have pointed fingers at so many other people. I always said they point, I'll use Don Wells as an example. He immediately wanted to go to the math head's house. I want to go check these drug addicts out or whatever. And I'm like, dude, you fucking know half of them. You know these people.
Oh, speaking of which, in that interview, if you continue on, well, I don't know. Do you want a spoiler or not?
No, go ahead.
Marlena says that the reason that Candace was down at Fred's is because she took the drugs that they had at 110 down to Fred's so Fred could hide it for them.
See,
before the law got there.
See, and that was weird to me.
And the reason that Don went down there that night was because he was pissed at Candace because she didn't take all of the drug paraphernalia that was left laying around the house. So he packed it up and he went down to Fred's that night, not to kick in the door to talk to the meth head, but to take the rest of the drug paraphernalia that Candace didn't take down there to Fred so he could hide it for him.
Well, I wonder who left the alleged backpack in Fred's driveway with the meth making shit in it.
Right.
Who left that there? I don't remember how long after June 15th that showed up in Fred's driveway. I think Dave Radar from EquiSearch even mentioned that or something, that backpack. But see, I heard the same thing now. I remember the first person that, Lisa Kay had something to say, said that I remember her saying that Don went to the shed because he was making sure that his dope, it had something to do with dope.
Right.
But let me say this. I wonder how Fred felt about them bringing their substances and their little paraphernalia over on his property when he knows that he has charges on him already of selling to undercover law enforcement and manufacturing meth. Right? So I wonder how Fred felt about that.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously. Right?
And then you got to wonder, is that any of that even true?
Well, you have to also,
or is that just another tall tale,
This came straight from Don Wells's mouth. He said he was going to set Fred up, that he absolutely was going to set Fred up. He said he was going to take a bunch of dope over there and see if he could get Fred to talk, is exactly what he said. But then you're talking about a little girl's dad that is an admitted PDF that makes the statement, I asked law enforcement if I could be an undercover pedophile so I could bust the predators.
Right.
And I'm like, you're a fucking predator yourself.
Right.
How could you even ask law enforcement that question? I mean, you can't make this shit up, Scott. You can't make this shit up. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. For sure. I mean, so I feel so bad for Summer. I know that I know that she was only 5 when she went missing. And I know that she didn't know any other life than the one that she was living.
Right.
And, I hope she is okay. And I hope she is living a very good life and a life that has shown her that the life she was living, you know, wasn't necessarily a great life. But we
Well,
can't prove anything.
it seems from what we've heard anyway that the boys have figured that out at least.
Very quickly.
Yeah.
Very quickly.
Yeah.
They sure did. We're not coming back. So, and it is sad, Dad working all the time, and then Dad working all the time, don't know a whole lot about the kids and their activities and what they're doing. And then Dad, he may be working all the time, but on his time off, he's running to buy his dope and everything else. And I'm sure that they seen a different side. It was sad to me when the oldest boy was on Facebook asking to find his forever home. That says a lot.
Oh yeah.
That said a whole lot. That was sad. That was absolutely sad. So I don't know, but they a lot of what Dawn and Candace got after Summer went missing, they brought on themselves.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
Don Wells talked more about himself than he did any of his kids. What we heard him talk about the boys was more about shame on the boys. They would leave the door open.
Right.
The boys and Summer and watching Summer, and we heard that continuously. And Candace really didn't, when you look at Candace, she definitely didn't, I don't know, she didn't say a lot of things like Dawn Wells said, but Dawn is definitely a different character itself. So I don't know. It's just pretty sad. Pretty sad.
Yeah.
But I mean, this is the thing too. I hope Marlena made a lot of money off of these lives that she was on. And if these guys are helping her get started to start a channel this time without it being a bunch of chaotic bullshit, more power to her. More power to her if that's what she wants to do. She just better be prepared, because there's people who like you, there's people who don't like you, there's people who love you, and there's people that downright hate you. So you got to figure that out.
I'd say she could probably get the subscriber count pretty quick, but she's a little firecracker. She'd probably have all of them blocked within half an hour.
That's so funny. That is so funny. Yeah, I honestly thought that, this last incident and, trying to start a channel, I really believe if she would have had the right people trying to, guide her into, taking off on her channel and stuff, I think she would have been pretty successful at it. Why not? Why not? Look at how many people have buku channels and they didn't even live there, right? They
Yeah.
didn't live there. Marlena's lived there. She's from there. But then again, she had to be very careful, not to dog on the Wells's house and shit like that too much because she was letting her daughter stay there. She was letting her daughter stay there.
Certainly was.
So kind of hard for you to say that you believe that Summer's dad was, physically touching her and stuff when you allowed your daughter to stay there.
Yeah.
So that's tit for tat right there. Right there,
That's
So-
that old saying, don't be throwing stones when you're living in a glass house.
That's right. That is right. So, I mean, more power to her. I wish her the best of luck. I really do. But my thing is, if you were not at 110 Ben Hill Road that day or in the Beach Creek area, then everything that you are coming out and you're going to say is hearsay.
Yeah.
Somebody else said. And we've gotten into that so much, so and so said that so and so said that so and so said that, this happened or that happened. Now, of course, talking about the area and some of the people, if there's people in the area with addictions and you happen to at some time have an addiction, yeah, you probably all are going to know each other. You're definitely going to know each other. And, I still can't get over when Fred, he was hauling cars and stuff that day. Then all of a sudden he was delivering dope. It's like, which was it? Were you delivering cars or were you delivering dope?
Right.
I mean, I guess you can do both at the same time, but
Right.
but then he says that somebody was delivering him dope and, they were like, hey, watch the area, the law enforcement is down there or whatever. It's like, dude. So then he names 2 people who was supposed to be at the trap house to pick up some of his dope that didn't show up. I'm like, come on, man. Come on. But I had to say the conversation that I heard him having with Ernie, some of that conversation, he honestly said that, a lot of it was just his opinions and, his theories. And he
Right.
stated when he was speculating. And,
Right.
Good on Fred. Good on Fred for that.
Right.
So, you can't really state those things with everything that he said before that, but it was just a little different. Hearing that conversation was a little bit different, I think, with Fred than other conversations I had heard with Fred, for sure.
Yeah, I agree.
But I don't think we're going to. I don't know. I wish I could truly say that these conversations that Marlena's been having could help the case in any way, but I don't know. What I've heard so far, I don't think is going to make a difference. And to take the new sheriff coming in, I can guarantee you he's not as wore out as Lawson. Lawson has been there so long, he is probably just plumb fucking wore out on the bullshit. So you're gonna have a new sheriff who's gonna come in, you know, a little bit fresher. You know, his credentials and education is more extensive than Lawson. So
Right.
you know, I kind of feel bad that the guy's going to come, you know, into all this craziness, but hopefully he's up for the challenge for sure. And they want to say that, you know, I don't know why Fred acted like law enforcement was his best friend and he drove around with him and, you know, he was buddy with him and he was recording for him and you know, all that other shit. You know, I could see them using him as a snitch concerning the maybe addicts or manufacturers or, you know, crack dealers and stuff like that. I could come to see him being a snitch in that way, but I don't, you know, I don't understand the being a snitch or yeah, for anything that had to do with Summer for sure. So I would have thought that they had Fred in jail. They he said that they gave him the lie detector test for 2 different murders.
Right.
We know it's Cotton. I can't remember who the other guy was supposed to be or who the other person was. But yeah, we seen the paperwork on Cotton, and that was weird to me too, Scott, because they knew he was in jail. So why would they mail those results to his house? Why wouldn't they have just given him a copy? Even if he requested a copy of it, I don't know why they would have sent him to his house.
And then I think he said that it had to go through Nashville first.
Oh, okay. Okay.
That the county, I guess, all the county agencies, whenever they give a polygraph test, they have to send it to Nashville, and then Nashville, you know, would mail it to the person's listed address.
Well, I mean, everybody should know that's fucking creepy when he was talking about Cotton and Cotton having a bunch of money and Cotton being concerned about somebody stealing the money. And then, so out of the kindness of his heart, Fred and I think it was Marvin, whatever, his buddy, decided that they were going to follow Cotton.
Follow him,
so nobody messes with him. And what got me was when he was asked, did Cotton know that you were following him? And Fred said no.
No. Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah, that's crazy as hell, ain't it?
I mean, come on. Come on. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe they could all have a big Beach Creek slumber party and fucking hang out for days and figure out what the fuck is going on. Maybe they could do that. But nobody really talks about Frank Light, right? He's never really been, I mean, he's been the topic of conversation, but, you know, not like the others. Not like the others. You know, names being thrown out and stuff like that. Frank's just not, except for when the diver guy said that Frank was working at the church and he was going to go check a pond or something, and Frank chewed him out or some shit like that. I can't remember what that was, but you know, so
I would say that the law probably worked Frank over pretty hard, pretty quick. You know.
They said they did. That was some of the first places they went
Right.
was to the registered sex offenders.
Right. That's what I'm
Or-
saying. He was probably pretty close to the top of the list right off the bat.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I'd
So,
say they had to feel like they pretty well had an ironclad, you know.
right, right. Whose house was it that ran across during the news interview? I don't know what you're talking about, J-Dub. I do not know what you're talking about.
They're
I
talking about when you remember when they were having a press conference
Right.
and that horse ran down the road.
Oh, yeah, the horse.
Yeah.
So is that an old wives' tale, like Marlena was saying?
Oh, I don't know.
I ain't never heard that.
I don't. I didn't listen to all of that interview that you were playing last night when I went on there. I found out Marlena was on there.
Right.
And I rewound back when they were started, well, where you started at today. And I was listening to it for a while. And that's when I thought, so I was behind in the stream. I wasn't listening to it live.
Right.
And that's when I thought, I was like, I wonder if Dolly would give me a link. And because I think that, because Prayer Garden was in there and she tried to get a link.
And Dolly wouldn't give it to her?
No, because Marlena said she was gone as Prayer Garden came up. And then it seemed like, because I didn't see Andy
you
Bernard
came in.
chat.
Let's see, you came in at like 4.5 hours.
Yeah, it was on up early
Right
in the
toward
morning.
the end of it, right?
But I'd been listening since the beginning.
Right.
But I saw that Prayer Garden asked for a link, and you know, and then it seemed to me like Ernie and Andy Bernard must have been texting, because Ernie asked Marlena if it would be okay if Andy Bernard came up, and she didn't say no. Well, she said no. And that's when I thought, well, hell, I wonder if they'll give me a link. So that's when I jumped up to live.
Right.
So I missed a portion of that interview in the middle. And then, like I said, I had to subscribe, and you know that he's got the, you know, you got to wait 5 minutes before you can chat.
Well,
And then
I mean,
so I missed a portion of that interview, and I guess that's when they were talking about so apparently there's some kind of superstition that they believe in.
Yeah.
About a horse running down the road. So I don't know. I didn't hear that part, so I don't know nothing about that.
Well, some of that we've already been, you know, the calling Fred Hill's mama a witch, and you know, we went all through that. Jody even came out about that, saying she wasn't a witch, and you know, and I'm telling you, Jody is losing her shit. She has been, since the Hatfield and McCoy people mentioned her and her family, she has been on the loose.
Oh, yeah.
On the loose. And what gets me too is Marlena saying that she'd only met Jody a couple times, and that, you know, she only met Andy 1 or 2 times. And I'm like, there ain't no fucking way. If that was the case, you sure know when they're looking at Burger King for you and all that other shit. So
that's what I was going to say. I think Marlena likes to say stuff to get Jody Sue all gassed up.
Uh-huh. Well, that was the thing though, too, because what she said Jody said to her was true. Now, I can't say that Jody has what I have, but I have texts that absolutely confirm that, let's say, a few YouTubers were absolutely trying to switch. They were trying to get Marlena's daughter taken from her. The only thing that got me, Scott, was because this was allegedly Marlena's family, right? That was trying to take Marlena's daughter. And I'm like, this is all fucking stupid, because this family member already had access to Marlena's daughter, as did Marlena's mom, right? Because supposedly when they took Marlena's daughter back home, Grandma Candy did, she took her to her grandma's,
Right.
which would be either Marlena's mom or the little girl's father's mom.
Right.
And that doesn't make any sense. And I mean, I will say this, and so Marlena knows I am not joking with what I'm saying. There was a party at the bowling alley, and a family member or whoever had bought Marlena's daughter a pair of shoes. And in these texts, this person is bitching because supposedly Marlena gave the little girl the shoes and said that they were from her. How dare she? How dare you, Marlena? You know you didn't buy them shoes, girl. I mean, Scott, you just wouldn't believe. And you know why I never talked about anything like that? Number one, it wasn't none of my business. Number two, I ain't using shit like that for content. And number three, it had nothing to do with Summer. Had nothing to do with Summer. So, I mean, I've got a shitload of names that I don't bring out because it has nothing to do with Summer. That is family. That's family problems. And believe me, it ain't my family. So, but yeah, that's, that's shit. That's shit some of these YouTubers were doing. That is the shit they were playing. And
that's wild.
Like, yeah, it's fucked up. It's messed up. So, didn't they say Chad Arnold was related to Marlena?
Do what now?
Is Chad Arnold related to Marlena? Did I hear somebody say that?
Oh, I have no idea. I mean, I wouldn't doubt it. I'd probably about expect it, to be honest with you, but
yeah, I thought he lived with somebody who was related to Marlena. I thought he was supposed to be related through, I thought marriage, but I don't even know. Well, there's two different Chads, right? She talks or about her, just talking out her thoughts. Well, the thing with Jody, and I told Jody this myself, so I ain't talking behind her back or talking shit about Jody. Jody took her DV and her relationship with her partner. I don't think they were ever married, Andy Bernard, and put it out publicly after Summer went missing. And So she put her son on the news concerning the scream.
Yeah.
Right? She talked about those things, and then next thing you know, her son's talking to Andy, and they put the audio out on YouTube, talking about Jody. And then she has her daughter come on YouTube and talk about the dream or whatever, seeing Summers' remains. She did that. So guess what? That ain't nobody's fucking fault but her own. And I'm not trying to be mean and hateful, but that's her own fucking fault. That's her own fault. And so Fred and Sheila McCoy is bringing up things that, yes, some of us in the Summer Wells community have definitely moved past what Fred and Sheila are bringing out again. And I think you might agree with me, Scott. We kind of moved past all of that because to me, it didn't concern Summer.
Right.
Now, with Fred and Sheila coming out, they're bringing it all back out again, which is opening the door. But this is the way I feel about it. If my family was out here and I thought that people were putting me in a position to where my life's in danger or my family's in danger, my children are in danger, guess what? My ass ain't gonna be sitting on fucking YouTube. I'm just saying. That's the way I feel about it. For sure. So she can blame whoever she wants. She can. But I don't know. She told him cease and desist is what she did. So MC with Daniel Hayes.
Well, if she don't send them no paper from a lawyer, all it is just words.
Well, I guess that is a step that you can take, saying it publicly, and then
you
send the paperwork, right?
Right.
So, but then again,
and the paperwork, which I've learned this just from watching all these other people get sued. A cease and desist, if you send that paperwork, that shows that your intention is to follow through with a lawsuit,
right?
If they don't cease and desist.
That's right.
It's that's just the progression in the order of how.
And what happens?
You just don't send one willy nilly.
Right. And this is what happens too, Scott, too, because see, some of these people will come out and say a bunch of shit and lies about you or whatever. Well, then other people who don't even know you will start saying whatever that person said. They'll repeat it. They'll add to it. It'll be instigated and, shit goes everywhere on YouTube. That definitely has a name, and it is what is it? It's committing defamation, conspiracy to commit defamation, and it is very, if it is very. I know in my situation, it's very provable, very provable. And
that's right. Okay.
Yeah, it's very provable.
I wasn't even thinking about that, but yeah, you've had experience with.
Yeah, fucking psychos.
Yeah.
But then again, I don't come on here and talk about it all the fucking time either. even though they've instigated me and tried to get me to, continuously for, years, they've tried to get me to come on here and talk and speak on shit. And I just won't fucking do it. I won't do it.
That's smart of you right there.
I mean, like I said, there's no way in hell I would ever go in a court of law to fucking sue someone for defamation of character and have that judge say, well, you said this and you said that and da da da. No, I ain't that stupid.
Right.
I'm not that stupid. No. I go for the win. I ain't wasting my time. When I do it, I'm gonna go for the fucking win. That's all there is about it.
Right.
But I don't need to do that. That's the thing, Scott. Them people, they'll try to get you to instigate you. And, it's like, go fucking play a game somewhere else. I'm not into the games like that. I'm really not.
Just keep your curtains drawn on that side of the house, and
oh hell yeah, my curtains are always drawn.
Don't worry about them, and just.
Oh, I don't. That's the thing. I don't even. You know what? I do not even think about that person. I don't even think about that side of the fucking street, to be honest with you.
There you go.
I got too much shit going on my side of the street. I don't give a fuck what's going on that side of the street.
There you go.
So, for sure. But no, I wouldn't have given a fuck. I mean, I've heard the shit for fucking 13 years. 12, 1 o'clock in the morning. Whore, calling me a whore. Sunday morning, I'm a whore. I'm an old hag. I've been called every name in the book, and I really don't care. I really don't. But when you accuse me of killing my husband that died of cancer, that is where that pisses me off.
Okay?
That makes Remain Calm a little fucking angry. Right
That's
there.
pretty rotten right there.
So, but I have it all on audio. It's not a big deal. And this is the thing what people don't understand. Why would I want to take that audio and fucking play it over and over and over on YouTube? Who wants to get up every morning and the first thing you do is go around these YouTube streets to hear who's talking shit about you? Who the fuck does that? Carrie had to tell me, I guess Ernie, and I don't even know that Kevin guy, but I guess Ernie had something to say about me. I didn't even know it. Carrie was like, girl, don't worry about what Ernie did. And I'm like, what the fuck did Ernie do? I didn't hear Ernie say anything because I don't fucking watch Ernie. So, and I don't know why he's got such a hard on for me, Scott. I really don't. I ain't never done nothing to that guy. So Ernie can stay in the state where he's at, and I'll stay in my state. How about that?
Like I said, I never really paid attention to that side of it. I went over there. Ernie went live for right after Dolly's stream ended.
Yeah, that's not surprising.
So I went over there. He said he was just going to do like a 20-minute live or something like that. I was going to see what he had to say. That matter of fact, Remain Calm. Now I think that's where I saw that Ziggy had posted them. I told you I was tired. Stayed up too late. Ziggy had posted. Ernie had the screenshots where Ziggy had posted her airline pictures and pictures of her at the beach.
Right.
In Florida on June 15th. Well, that whole week, showing that there was no way that what Marlena was saying was.
Yeah, because I remember the first time it's on record. Well, no, I don't want to say that because I know the first time she met Fred, but she had been talking to Don Wells before she met Fred. So
Right.
I don't know exactly when she started having conversations with Dawn. But yeah, the day she met Fred is out there for sure. But I can't say that, she actually, I don't know when she met Don or started having conversations with him.
Right.
But yeah, it's out there when Ziggy is one person that, yeah, I'm going to say I don't believe that. And I could be wrong, but no, I don't believe that Ziggy was up there buying
No,
freaking
I
dope.
don't need.
Believe me, why the fuck would you want to drive all the way to Eastern Tennessee to Beach Creek to buy a substance that she could buy in Indiana?
Right.
They sell it everywhere. It's not a Kmart blue light special item. I can tell you that right now. She
Right.
can buy that wherever she wants. So, but see, that's just the thing. So now there are people, unfortunately, that are going to absolutely believe that Ziggy was there before. You know where I think Marlena got that? Was that freaking Bill Shipley interview that Find Ryan's Truth did.
That is.
It is. Damn. You're right. That is where I heard that.
Marlena talks about that the reason that she was down there was because her and Kelly Million, which was Bill's ex, was coming down there and went to Fred's house because Kelly couldn't find any dope. And Ziggy said that they would go, she would take her to Fred's to get dope, and that they had put out a $25,000 hit on Bill.
That is so funny.
So, I mean, Marlena come over there last night, and she was like, so when after Ernie, posted them pictures of Ziggy,
right?
Marlena was like, so you're calling me a liar now? And Ernie was kind of like,
no,
well,
honey.
If you got proof, you got proof, and you can clearly tell. I mean, I could, if you look at them pictures, and I'm not saying anything about looks or, don't take it that way, but I mean, Ziggy looks like she's 5 years younger than what she is now.
Right.
So and her daughter, her daughter is, I haven't.
She's like 18 now, I think.
Right. You can tell in the picture that, and Ziggy even put out a short of her scrolling through her phone to those pictures that she posted. You can see pictures of her and her daughter. I mean, typical vacation, on the beach, in the swimming pool at the hotel, things like that. And you can clearly see that Ziggy is younger and her daughter is definitely not 18 in them pictures.
Right.
She's a kid. So, I mean, you can clearly tell, that that's bullshit what Marlene was saying about Ziggy being down there the week that Summer went missing. That's bullshit.
J-Dub said Ziggy ain't stupid. She was smart enough. If she needed substances, she damn sure brought the substance maker back home with her.
Well, yeah, there you go.
That is so funny.
There you go.
That is funny.
He just put him up right there on the street, I guess.
Well, I think you know, I don't, I never, I mean, I've joked about Fred and Ziggy being married and shit like that, but if Fred is clean and sober and it took him marrying Ziggy, both of them to be happy and content in their lives or however they're fucking living. I mean, good for them. The only thing that got me was Fred talking about, I think it was a couple years ago or something, said that he was out fishing and this woman just happens to come up to him and, oh, are you listening to about Summer Wells? And, did her daddy find her? And weird shit. It was a weird conversation. And I'm like, only fucking Fred Hill would be out at a fucking pay lake fishing in Indiana and somebody come up and, oh, are you listening to the Summer Wells stuff?
You're right.
I'm like, who the fuck does that, right?
Yeah.
Craziness. I said one time, though, I'm not going to do it, Ziggy. I'm not coming to your town, okay? I'm not coming to your town. But I was laughing one time. I said, yeah, I'm going to go and I'm going to go down to the Dollar General where Ziggy walks all the time. And I'm going to see her and Fred. And I'm going to run up and say, Fred and Ziggy.
Right.
Oh my God, celebrities. I want to meet the celebrities. I'll tell you what, though. I don't care what anybody says. Ziggy has put out a lot of information in the beginning. That
She really
other people,
did, because
she
Dawn
did.
was on there a lot.
Absolutely. That's what I said when she was going to take her channel down and shit. I was like, why? Why would you do that? You have got Ziggy, I think, had more information, and I think Ziggy, she was the top dog. I will say that.
There
I
for
will
there
say
for a
that.
while, yeah, definitely.
So, but see,
She
you
had
want,
all kinds of people. I mean,
oh my
I'm not a
God.
fan of Prayer Garden, but Prayer Garden was talking to Dawn and Candace.
Mhm.
She had Jenna on there who was
Yeah,
talking to Dawn and Candace.
yeah,
Later on, like I said, Dawn, even though he was, drunk and stuff, he was on there a bunch.
yeah.
Yeah, for a long time, man. When she'd
Yeah,
go
a
live,
lot of different people.
a lot of people would come on there.
Now, I ain't going to say everything that she put out was, legit or
Oh,
something
no,
like
no,
that.
no. I
But,
don't mean that either.
but yeah, a lot of the individuals that she, did background checks on and different things like that. Yeah, that information was definitely out there. And, even though she says I'm a psychotic bitch, I'm good with it.
Right.
She did. She got me on Ernie. Okay, so I went on Ernie's panel twice. One time, I asked him to have a conversation with me about Summer. Of course, the conversation didn't go that way. He ended up telling me he had been friends with Dawn years before. That was the end of that conversation. Well, he had Benny and Ziggy up there one night. And, in it with me, if I go up on somebody's panel and I want to have a conversation, a real conversation about Summer Wells. Well, Ernie brings me up on panel. Ziggy and Benny are fucking fighting with each other. So that I shouldn't even have went up there. That was stupid. Well, the minute she seen me, she said, I am not talking with that psychotic bitch up here. I was like, I said, what did I do to you, lady? What the fuck did I ever do to you? She tried, then of course she emailed me and I'm like, girl, you got the wrong person because I never fucking emailed her. I've never had a conversation with Ziggy ever, ever, ever. So, and I've never had a conversation with any. I've talked to you. Well, people have seen who I've had on my panel and I've talked to. I mean, for sure. And the couple places that I went on Mama T's once, Ernie's, just a couple times for a couple seconds. I don't remember if I've really been too many other places at all. But this is just the way I am, Scott. If I go somewhere and they're talking about summer, I want to have a serious conversation. You
Right.
know, if I take the link and I go on somebody's panel, I want to have a serious conversation. I don't want caught up in the drama shit. He said, she said. You know, let's try to have a serious conversation. The only sad thing about it, when there's been so much nonsense put out, it's really, and we don't know what happened. You can't have a lot of, you know, good conversation.
Well, that's kind of, you know, like I was saying before, you know, that's kind of why I stopped doing lives, is because I felt like with what was out there and what, you know, us as creators, you know, all of us had discussed it, you know, back and forth, and sometimes with each other and sometimes on our own. I just kind of felt like, and this was just me personally, I felt like I'd said pretty much everything that I had to
Yeah.
say, because there just wasn't nothing else.
Yeah, that's what I start feeling like too.
It was all leading into, you know, everybody having beefs with each other and, you know, stuff like that. And I just wasn't, you
Well,
know,
that's, you know,
not to say that I'm not guilty of, you know, having drama and getting into arguments some, but you know, I tried to keep it to a minimum because I'm just not that way. You know, I don't.
Well, I mean, that's like I said, was talking about Ernie, because I'm like, you know, Ernie, to each their own. But if you're going to say that, you know, you've got this team of people and you're going to go out there and you're going to, you know, do all this and you're going to do that, and, you know, then do it. If you really give a fuck and you truly believe that that little girl is in that cemetery, like you want 20,000 people to believe, why is your ass sitting on fucking YouTube? Right? Why do you need Marlena? Did anybody ever ask Marlena why she made the statement that she hadn't been to Morrison Cemetery, you know, after Summer was deceased or whatever? That was
Right.
the big thing. That's why Ernie was hunting her down. Well, he didn't have to hunt her down. Hey, a little bit of cha-ching, you know, makes somebody not run away as fast. I can tell you that right now.
Right.
For sure. So, craziness. Craziness. I wish we knew what happened, though. And like I said, we're never going to know what happened. Dawn, you know, they keep saying, Scott, that Dawn said he had the boys at work with him that day. Have you ever heard him say that? I would love to hear myself where Don Wells said he had the boys at work that day.
Right. I
Hey,
saw
Mamie.
that yesterday.
I've
as
heard people
Amy was
saying
talking
it.
about it, and there was somebody in the chat. It might have been Sage that said it. Hunter, and I agree with this. Hunter said that Don had the boys. Hunter said that Candace
he said
told
Candace
him that
told him
he
that.
had the boys at
Yeah.
work with him.
Yeah. He said Candace told him Don had the boys at work with him.
I do
But he
remember that.
But he did not hear the conversation that Candace and Don had.
Correct.
He only knew what Candace told him the conversation was about.
Right.
And but to hear Don Wells say that, because this was odd too, right? Was the fact that Don said he told Candace, if you're gonna be gone, there's no reason for me to come home. I'll stay at work.
Well, see,
So-
that's what I thought was so weird about that, is because that family, they was 7 people.
Mm-hmm.
Summer was, at that time, Summer was still there when they
Right.
had that conversation about, since y'all are doing stuff, I'll just stay at work.
Yeah.
So they was Summer, Candace, and Grandis was out running errands.
Right.
So 3 of them was out running errands, but 3 of them, the boys, was at home.
Yep.
So why didn't Don could have left and went home and spent time with the boys
Right.
and waited on Candace and them to come home.
Right.
I always wondered about that, why he said, since y'all are out doing stuff,
Yeah,
I'll
that
just
was
go ahead
weird,
and
wasn't it?
play. Well, half
Yep.
of the family was supposed to be at home
Yep.
and the other half out running around.
Yeah,
So
that was the thing, yeah.
Was the boys at work with him, and there really wasn't nobody home.
I don't know. I've never heard him say that out of his own mouth.
No, I haven't
all.
either.
So
He alluded to it.
yeah, he did. He absolutely did. I mean, just that was the thing so much. That is why I tell people a lot, go back to all of the beginning interviews and just listen to what is being said. Now, I keep telling people I'm going to do that over here. I need to do that. Just pull my notes up, go straight from the top all the way down for what I have. There are things I don't have only because I always try to stay out of the drama shit, right? I've always tried to stay out of the bickering and the fighting and the nonsense going on. And, that's like Corey mentioned Molly. Molly Golightly. We all love Molly. She's a ton of fun, right? But, how exciting is it for her to be in an Airbnb in the middle of the night and she's standing there wanting to call the cops because she says Don Wells keeps driving up and down the street, right?
Right.
It was fucking crazy is what it was.
Right.
It was crazy. But
To be honest, I didn't watch any of that because I don't like Molly. I don't like Bullhorn Betty. Definitely don't like JLR. Olivia,
I'm gonna grab me some coffee, Scott.
I'd never heard of her before the heels on the ground thing, so I never really paid attention to that, except again, like I was saying before, I would see things from the clip channels and stuff, but I never actually tuned in to any of their streams when they were down there. I think I went back and I rewatched that one, the streams when they did with Dudley. I know I went back and watched them when they went out to eat there. And then I think I watched that stream where they went over to Allie's house. and Allie and Sherry and their grandma was standing out there in the front yard. But besides that, it was just clips. They're just too loud and screechy for me. Well, of course, I went and I watched when they showed up at Don's job site. I did go back and watch that video. But when they was doing all that crazy stuff up in the hotel room or Airbnbs, whatever, I didn't pay no attention to that. But I would like to, I think it would be good. I don't know if I'm expecting it or not, but I think it would be good if when the new sheriff of Hawkins County does start, it would be nice if they would do a press conference. I think that would settle a lot of stuff down, even if they didn't have, you know, any new information or anything, if nothing else, just to show that, you know, we've got a new sheriff here and, you know, we haven't lost focus on Summer. We're not going to lose focus on Summer. And I think that would be a good gesture for the sheriff.
Well, I just hope they don't try to overwhelm all the law enforcement agencies again.
Right.
You know, the newer people come in, which is wonderful to have, you know, new subs and people coming in and learning about Summer's case. And, you know, things that we hear, the things in the beginning that some of the subs and stuff heard that made them want to call law enforcement. And this is what gets me. They want to say that, you know, law enforcement throws away tips that they get from social media. Well, if you're getting the same tip 500 times, you only need it once.
Right.
You know, you don't need 1,000 people calling in to give you the same tip over and over.
Right.
And people should not expect a phone call from law enforcement for a tip that you send in. Now, I know that Ziggy and Fred got one from Pruitt, but that was because they mentioned a vehicle.
Right.
And also, Fred lived in the area and said he was there that day.
Right.
So, of course, they're going to, you know, respond to that. And that didn't even work out that well because I don't think they really called about the vehicle. They wanted to, again, state the fact that Andy Bernard was on the hill that day.
Right.
Pruitt said he was. Prior is a very broad statement.
Right.
You know,
we know he was on the road prior, meaning that morning, because he went to work.
Right.
You know, so.
Yeah. Well, they're just.
I think, you know, and I think I said this either, it might have been up on Ziggy's panel when I went up and was talking to Fred or Andy Warren. I can't remember because I went up and talked to both of them. But I think if they had anything on Andy or anybody for that matter, they would come and snatch them up. I was listening to a lot of people didn't see this interview on the WJHL the other day. It's been 4 or 5 days now, but Ansley Daniels interviewed Scott Stewart and the new feller,
Right.
his partner or whatever. And he said that. He said, believe me, if we had anything on them, there would have been an arrest made by now.
Yep.
Absolutely. So, you know, we haven't seen anybody. Now that doesn't necessarily mean that they're not, you know, they might just be waiting on one little piece is all they need to go arrest somebody. And they just think about that yet. But
also, the thing with Dawn and Candace, what people need to realize is that that paperwork did not include Summer. Did not include Summer.
Right.
So if they ever find anything, then who's to say what may come of that, right?
Right.
Because that was only the boys.
Well, I'm going to mute for a second and I'm going to run and get me some coffee.
All righty, man. All right. I'll go ahead and turn this back on for just a few minutes. Carrie, thank you for hanging. Curry, my mod. She's always alone. You've been here a long time, Carrie. If you run away, I will completely understand, darling.
That's not a, honey, it's not a wise tale, because there's a lot of things that
There's a commercial.
Okay, and what was that assigned to you?
That is like an old sign back in the day that somebody has passed and they are not coming back. That's an omen.
Okay. Oh, so you seen this and it made you think of the old, like I would say, a wise tale.
The dude that was him and his brother tried to kidnap that little boy from Kingsport like 3 or 4 days after Summer went missing. It was on the 19th of June.
And did you know that they are speculating and rumoring that that truck came from Fred's house?
Well, I know that Tony Hammonds he tried to get really, really close to me right after Summer died. He found me and tried to come in and be friends with me and my kid's dad.
Now,
and then he also...
Now, right there, you said, here's why I say that for her, because you said after Summer had died. That's past tense. You know, that's why I brought that out like that. But go ahead.
But now you know why I said that she had passed, because that old horse ritual, that is why I always thought she was gone.
Okay, so I get what you're saying. So you're saying that red truck was at Fred's Hill's house that day, and the people driving that red truck tried to abduct another little boy.
They did. Him and his brother did. In Kingsport off of Shelby Street.
No.
And Tony Hammonds played a real close part in my life after he found out who I was. He even tried to be friends. He tried to come and hang out. He even started working for somebody that I knew. I mean, really. And then Jamie Cox started following me around. And then now this Mac Bowers dude has showed up not even 5 miles from where I live now at a friend's house. I mean, I'm seriously, people are like getting really close. And then, you know, me and Ernie had a little falling out not too many days ago because he said he was going to hunt me when the boots is on the ground. Well,
are you ever fearful for your life? Like, do you think somebody would hurt you?
Yeah, I do, because I think that where I've lived on the creek, I know so many people on the creek. I know not necessarily about their personal life, but I know, like, I'm the only one that's really, really close that's still alive that's with the Dawn and Candace. That's what really.
Well, it's the way you say that. Why do you think that, or what makes you think that you're the only one that's close that's still alive? Because there are people, and you're right. There have been people that, you know, missing, dead. So you had mentioned, I heard you mention this before, like there's not too many left on the hill that knows what happened. Is that correct?
Not on the hill. I'm just saying, Ala General. I mean, there was How many was there? There was at least 50 people. What's left now? 10, maybe.
Well, I understand. Yeah, in that area, yes, you're correct.
See, and you think it's fun? I mean, do you not think it's funny that Hack Ryan's got threw out of the car that his stepson died in because like somebody cut his brakes and it happened right there below Dawn and Candace's?
I mean, that
And she
seems
was
more of a
calling-
conspiracy, though.
She was recording that shit as they were cutting the car out and getting Hack and his stepson out of the car and stuff. She recorded every bit of that.
It's a lot of moving pieces. You know, it's
That's weird. That is just fucking weird. Oh Lord, Marlena. I agree with Dolly. Conspiracy.
it's a lot of moving pieces. And
then like I had to keep moving and lay low and go underneath the radar for so long because I had people showing up in the field in the middle of the night where I was at and climbing up trees and looking for me after I started talking to PG. And then I had Jamie Cox that was running around right there with me, and I didn't even know he was a part of this case.
Now, Jamie Cox. You mentioned Jamie Cox. Now, Jamie Cox is let's just say, is it his sister? Pretty much, their family are the ones that seen Candace and Summer on the day that Summer went missing on June 15th, 2021, at the Kingsport Aquatic Center. Is that correct?
I don't know if they seen him at the Aquatic Center, but I know that, Fred Hill went and got Laura from there, sold a motorcycle to him at West Side Inn.
Okay, so
of our friend, Emily got that one dude called set up supposedly.
Okay, you broke up just a little tiny bit there.
Okay, and I think it's on Ernie. I don't even know if it's on Ernie's, but I think it's on Ernie's it might be on. She posted a picture with the dude in the 7 the wheel boxes and Emily.
Ernie, do you know what time? At the Aquatic Center? Do you know about what time that she was seen at the Aquatic Center?
So
she was seen at the hole in the wall. Somebody said that she was seen at the hole in the wall. It's with the missing time that she called me at 6:30 that she was supposed to be calling the police when she called Dawn because she was meeting Fred there.
I'm hearing between 12.
What? Okay. Well, Scott, thank you for coming over. I'm going to get off here, you guys. I'm at 5 hours. Scott, please come back and have a conversation with me again.
Oh, I will. I enjoyed it. Thank you very much.
I appreciate you. I really do. I always love talking to you. You're just so easy to talk to. So definitely come back. And if you do start your channel, let me know. I want to come over and be supportive for real.
Will do.
All right. Thanks, Scott.
All right. See ya.
All right. See ya. Okay, you guys. I've been on here 5 hours. Thank you, Carrie. I love you. Poor girl. All right. I'm going to get off here. Thank you, members. Thank you, subs. Thank you, everybody. Please remember, pray for Summer. Pray for Michael Vaughn, too. I'm definitely going to, we're going to start talking about some other stuff. I will definitely do my research and I will kind of go through these interviews that Marlena did, try to make some sense of it or whatever. Thank you, Cinnamon Girl, that girl. I appreciate you guys. I am freaking tired. I'm getting my ass off here. Ugh. Adore you guys. Be you, do you. Go hang out. Do whatever you need to do. Get feisty if you need to. And please remember, just try to use a little bit of common sense while you're listening to some things. I will say, please don't show anybody any hate. Thank you, Scott. I will drop your link next time I come on. And thanks, everybody. Please just consider giving me a thumbs up and enjoy your night. Peace out, guys. Thank you.